Estinian!
Cease your mewling, boy. It grates my ears.
Forgive me. When I saw you awaken, I could not... It was such a relief. We feared you might never wake up.
Now, Estinian. If Master Alphino thought any less of you, you would still be Nidhogg's plaything. Or dead.
Aye, 'twas but a jest. I thank you, Alphino. And you too, Warrior of Light. Quite how you managed to persuade Hraesvogr to aid in his brood brother's downfall I cannot imagine. But full glad am I that you did. 'Tis an honor to share the mantle of Azure Dragoon with one such as you.
I, for my part, owe you an apology. When last we met, I did willingly loose an arrow at your heart. Can you forgive me?
There is naught to forgive, Hameric. You but acted in defense of Ishgard as is your duty. Were you any less single-minded about it, I would not follow you into battle, nor trust you at my back. Besides, I had come to the selfsame conclusion that I would have to perish for Nidhogg to be stopped. So let us dispense with the hand-wringing. I have heard enough mewling for one day.
Oh!
The tendrils of Nidhogg's foul presence bound up every fiber of my being, usurping my senses, but I yet retained some trace of awareness. The worm's mind was as a vast and tumultuous sea. Endlessly its black waters churned, his grief and despair at Ratatoska's murder never calming, never receding. Driven by this surging current came wave upon wave of unrelenting rancor. It was the very image of my own heart. There I saw the dark reflection of the hatred I felt after Nidhogg slew my family, when no path remained save vengeance against Dragonkind. Neither one of us had a choice. But I was blessed with something Nidhogg was not. Comrades and teachers to console and admonish me. Had I not had them to gainsay my obsession, it would surely have consumed me as Nidhogg's did him, and we would have been in all respects alike. Though his shade is banished, his spirit scattered upon the sea of clouds, I feel no joy at his passing. Where once I craved vengeance, I now crave rest. Lord Commander, my hunt is at an end. I would lay down the mantle of Azure Dragoon.
My friend.
He has tired himself with too many words. I doubt not that he will make a full recovery, but he must be allowed some few days of quiet.
I too must see my path to its end. Sleep well, my friend.
Following the battle with Nidhogg on the Steps of Faith, Sir Emeric called an assembly that he might make his final proclamation as acting head of state. 'Twas there, with one decree, that the 1,000-year rule of the archbishops was ended, paving the way for a new republic. The governance of Ishgard would now be placed in the hands of high and lowborn alike, their ranks represented by the newly founded House of Lords and House of Commons. Church was separated from state. The foundation for change had been carefully laid, and the reforms proposed by Ishgard's new government passed into law without incident. His duty done, Emeric de Burrell gladly stepped down from the Archbishop's dais, only to be raised unto the highest seat in the House of Lords. Though he strove at first to refuse this honor, the unexpectedly strident voice of the Count de Durandare left him little choice but to accept. And so it was that the winds of gentle revolution came to stir. Prominent among the many honored guests at Sir Emeric's investiture were the Ambassadors of Dragonkind, a fitting symbol of Ishgard's newfound peace.
Sorry, I just like the fact that someone bothered to put 2 vases of flowers right there on the desk. Or the podium, rather.
The people looked on in awe as he soared through the heavens on Dragonback. And by their cheers did they hail him an azure dragoon for a new age.
I mean, he's wearing blue. Meanwhile, ruins. I know that doesn't really narrow it down.
Thus were the notes of the Dragonsong rewritten, the din of war giving way to a rising litany of peace and hope.
Okay, we'll get to the point where we don't even need a Dragon's Eye. That's not hyperbole, we really will. And yeah, I could make a joke here, which is the implication that he wrote this whole story just to kind of cope with everything that's happened over the last few weeks. Kind of works for me, you know? Oh, absolutely, Tim. He lived in interesting times. And he adopted the most powerful person on the planet. Anyways. See, that was much shorter than the 45-minute Death Doom. And they all will be, henceforth. There's some long ones, but every now and again there's a thing where it's like, here's a long cutscene, it's only like 5 minutes. I'm like, why'd you even give the warning? Jeez. I was gazing out at the sea of clouds in an all-too-rare moment of idleness when I chanced to behold a certain hero wending his way towards the city on Dragonback. Welcome home, Lore. Nay, 'twas no grave matter that moved me to greet you in person. Between you and me, I merely sought respite from the pressures of office. Oh, by the way, total George Washington deal here with Americ. And that makes perfect sense. No sooner do I surrender my role as temporary head of state than I am burdened with a position of a more permanent responsibility. I fancy that it echoes in some small measure with the way you must feel when your improbable feats of heroism are rewarded with more impossible challenges. Yeah, we got some fun stuff coming up. The myth which guided our society for generations lies in tatters. Am I then to be scorned for building upon the system of nobility that once sought to tear it down? What a strange jest is this that places me at its pinnacle, an archbishop's bastard at the head of the House of Lords. And yes, Mr. Red, think of him like a minister. A prime minister, you might even say. Is it not man's nature to take change overnight? This I learned through painful experience, and it was this hard lesson which convinced me to take the path which we must now follow. Even as we rebuild the bridge between man and dragon, we must reimagine Ishgard, one carefully placed stone at a time. We must remember it is not for us we lay this groundwork, but for men and women and our children that'll become. May their towers rise proudly from the fundaments of our legacy. I hear word from Captain Whitecape that Istinian vanished from his sick room. His willfulness survives undiminished. Should you ever happen across our unmannerly friend in your travels, pray assure him I shall keep Ishgard safe until he deigns to come home. Don't worry, we'll never see Istinian again. We will see Zetslayer! You thought you could escape me. Wait. Hold up. You have Vivi. I can't kill you when you're next to Vivi. Consider your life spirit. I like that hat. Where'd you get that hat? What's that from? Oh, that's Reaper 90. Oh, that tracks. Obviously, I wouldn't have seen that. I'm stupid, and also haven't done Handwalker. Wait, it's Reeler gear? That's even better! Oh, no, Realtor gear. Level 90 Realtor. That gives me a story idea. I do not envy Sir Aymeric his new position. Ishgard has chosen a new road, but one littered with the detritus of 1,000 years of broken faith. Yet though her people may stumble from time to time, I know of none better than Sir Aymeric to lead the march of progress. As for us, there remains the small matter of ushering in a new dawn for the shadow of inscrutable Asian machinations and a seemingly endless procession of primals. But we too must walk our chosen path, no matter how treacherous the footing. That's true, Kata Snow. In the wake of the reform, new airship routes have been sanctioned. Okay, that's weird. Question mark. Meanwhile... I'm pure evil. Hey, look, there's some place where they're gonna go get an eye, and it'll be terrible. Sure, a good thing we threw the eye. I've already done my complaining about that. We're done. We're done. Moving on. Moving on. Yeah, it's funny how quickly this turns around to bite us in the ass. And it won't stop for some time, either. Thank you, Scary Boulder. Don't need to remain there. We shall rendezvous at the usual place. I am pure evil. All is proceeding as expected, then. There's not to concern us, aside from one overly curious mouse. Run, Elise, run! Damn it, Thancred, stop interrupting combat! Oh, we haven't seen her in a while, and she hasn't had a change of outfit yet, either. Him again. Yes, he has the feat Interruptus Mechanicus. He has the ability to just pause combat to make a dramatic entrance. I see. Well, you see, Zed Slayer. Eye patches are cool. Thus did grey mists give way to azure skies. Man and dragon rise above, voices joined in song. But beneath shrouded bows, beyond the scope of light, shadow stirs. Yeah. And done! So now, much as I actually really don't want to, it's time to do something I've never done. Never, ever, ever, ever. For real, I've never actually done this. So, hey, what's up? So we got, hang on. As a consequence of this, this means there are now 6 quests before we get to the next dungeon. So, FYI for anybody wanting to join us for that. It was bitterly cold when you first came to our city, when I stood waiting for you before the Ark of the Worthy. To think this is where it all began, how much has changed since that day. Forgive me, of late I've been studying the works of Beladian? Poet King, who wrote, "To ye who ask of things to come, give thought to what is past and gone." So rarely have we the luxury to reflect on the choices we have made. On how they have shaped our lives and the lives of others. Even I, a mere steward whose deeds would not merit a footnote in the annals of history, can see the value in this. I pray this to you, Master Runner, because as you move, so too does the world. Yeah, each footstep shifts a continent. The road stretched on, obscured by an endless veil of snow. Somewhere in the white stood great iron gates, and on the other side a humble manservant who awaited the coming of 3 travelers. Da-da-da! Oh, sorry. Now here's the question, Pyro. Did you do that on purpose? Or was that kind of, I drop it in! Oh, crap! Because both are a good option. It's just, you know, they're a little different in terms of what happens. A warm welcome, Master Runner. Yeah, I'm here for some reason. Retracing your steps. I see. No one could begrudge you for indulging a little nostalgia for what you've been doing for the last couple of days. I'm reminded how much I owe to you and yours. Lest you forget, foreign merchants were subject to a frankly unreasonable level of scrutiny until recently. Not so now, however. What was that? Oh, it's Zed Slayer and the awesome hat. Now, goods from every corner of Eorzea flow into our markets, and that, my friend, is a change we can all appreciate. Yeah, you're welcome for the financial, prosperity and stability. As you know. Merchants of all nations speak a common tongue, and its word is coin. Needless to say, there is little profit to be had in prejudice, especially against those who have received the patronage of a count. Thus, when the wards of House Fortem arrived, she was only too happy to make their acquaintance. I have no idea, Zetslayer. I've never done this quest. I didn't even know it existed until, like, yesterday, when Valvedrix brought it up, and I was like, huh? Like, she mentioned it in that manner of, I should know what this is, which prompted me to go do a little searching, and I was like, oh, okay. Plunk. What'll it be then? Ale? Mulled wine? Don't tell me. Tea! Tea. Oh, it's memories you want. Well, there's a bit of draught that'll leave you wanting. Assuming you can remember your own name, that is. Take your friend to Taro. One moment she's just another girl on the waiting on customers, clearing tables, and so forth. And the next she's got a dozen admirers asking after her every bloody night. I'll be damned if I can remember how it happened. Alright. How many legs do I gotta break? Singing those stupid songs, dancing those daft dances. Though to be honest, I think it was her stories that won him over. Stories of a certain hero's grand adventures across Eorzea. And hang on, I need to murder Valvedrix really quick here. Told of the flair that put a mental to name. And you're wrong! I actually did the other extra Moogle quests just to know really it. Just to make sure there was nothing left other than the actual daily reputation chain. So you're wrong. Hell's we even got a tale about the person who built the tavern, was one of the founding fathers of Ishgard, or so it goes. Now, as the Enchiridion told it, besides Haldith, the only knights who survived Nidhogg were the founders of the High Houses. Of course, these days we all know better than to put too much stock in the words of the church, huh? But there's more to tales than words. There's a sword, too. One which has been passed down from proprietor to proprietor since before anyone could remember. She's a rusty old bugger, but if you look closely, you can make out the inscription. Brothers, brave and true, live well, forgotten and content. A man who forsook wealth and fame and chose the life of a tavern keeper. It's a tale, of course, albeit a good one. As for the truth, who can say, who can say? Yeah, the Forgotten Knight. We've actually seen it, so, He knew everyone's story, though he would never share his own. An optimist, he wanted to believe in the best in people. Sometimes that faith would be rewarded, other times betrayed, but he would listen regardless, and he would hope. Up top. Hi, Bragwin. Oh my god, it's the hat! Now that is ravishing. Wow. Okay. To Cloud Top. Where are we at? Where are we at? This is not Cloud Top. Where is Cloud Top? No! It's gone. Must teleport quickly before Bragwin kills me. Don't kill me, Bragwin. Oh, okay, I'm safe. I'm safe. Whew. Yeah, so one of my complaints I've had many times is I wish the good quests, or the substantial quests, were marked. So you didn't need a frickin' wiki or someone else to tell you that they're worth doing. And I know what you're saying. We'll just call them blue quests. I think this is just presumption. I think they don't make them blue quests because blue quests actually, unlock stuff. These don't unlock anything. That being said, why not just make a green quest? There you go. You see a green quest, it's a story quest. Go do it. Done. Instead of, a side quest. Because there's nothing in the game to delineate the two. Even the bad story quests should be delineated. Master Runner. I was about this moment thinking of you. Oh yeah, maybe a star? I don't know, something to indicate these. Because again, I'm not just talking about the good quests. I talked about in Heavensward, each zone had a regional story arc that was completely unlabeled compared to all the other one-off side quests. So label that stuff! Anyways. I had hoped to speak with you at Sir Amaric's investiture, but circumstances conspired to prevent me from attending. Mayhap you will now allow me to say what I could not then. On behalf of House Hua and all of Ishgard, I offer to my deepest and most humblest thanks. You risked your life to stand against our sworn enemy, and freed us from a millennium of torment. Though we can never hope to repay you, we will ever remember you and your deeds, that our children and their children's children might know the man to whom they owe their lives. I conclude the grand investiture would have been a more fitting occasion for such words, but I could not risk them being unspoken. What brings you this way? As you can see, Camp Cloudtop remains much the same as it did during the war. Though we no longer watch the skies for Dravanian outflyers, the Vanu Vanu have proven themselves similarly worthy of our attention. Actually, it's the Vondru in your case. Oh, hi, Emmy. I say, old boy, BAM! You have the most uncanny ability to appear wherever I least expect you. But what about that? Honorroy? Now what? Lady Linnae, I am pleased to report we succeeded in infiltrating Vundu, that's what they're called, territory, and there observed the beastmen harvesting crystals at several different sites. Based on the volume of crystals acquired during our period of surveillance, I have prepared an estimate of how much time I believe it will take them to gather sufficient crystals for another summoning. I have also taken the liberty of drafting several proposals outlining how the Rose Knights might prevent such eventuality, such as raiding these sites, securing their stores, as well as a detailed assessment of risks involved should you choose to proceed. I like that, Pyro. That's a good idea. Get them nice and clear. I gathered you were clever, but I was not aware you were capable of this. With respect, you are wasted on your master. Hardworking, full of potential. There's a place for you here with the Rose Knights, if you'd have it. Not for you, Emmy. That you would even consider taking me into your service is a tremendous honor, and I would be free to do so, I should accept gladly. But I am pledged to another, as you well know. Regrettable, but understandable. I take comfort in the fact that the youth of your talent and character will never want for opportunities. Pledged to another, you rascal. I thought I saw you whispering in young Sullet's ear the other day. You certainly wasted no time in wooing your latest maid. No secrets between us. Tell me everything. Where have you been sneaking off together? What adventures you've been having? Tell me every detail, and don't dare leave everything out. That's not what he meant at all, you moron. In any event, you have jointly exceeded my expectations. I grant you leave to return to the city. Should the needs arise, I will call you again. I love the contrast there. Slash bow. Not so fast. The airship isn't due for another hour. We have so much to talk about. Honorroy! Honorroy! For all the lady's disdain, it was an unfamiliar dance. To her, Lord Emmy would always be the boy fumbling for a compliment. And perhaps there was comfort in that, a memory of home on a bleak frontier. Now over to Falcon's Nest. And yeah, to continue the thing, you know, it's... Zedslayer says you'd have to hunt them down, and Tavy says you don't have to hunt them. I kind of disagree with that. This is like having... God, I don't know. I don't have a good analogy. Imagine you have a bunch of plastic eggs, and then one of them is the thing you want, and there's like 20 just in a basket. So you gotta go through, open the egg, check. No, okay. No. No. There's the one! Except it's even worse than that, because you don't really know until you've done the quest that it continues. That it actually is a regional quest. There's nothing that really indicates it when you happen to stumble onto the correct quest. Thousand pardons, Master Runner. Had I known you were planning to pay a visit, I would have seen that you received a proper reception. Feast, perhaps. Or at least a formal welcome. Yeah, I'm done with having drinks here, thanks. And yeah, this is the exact same problem the final job quests have. I didn't know about the final job quest until I happened to be going through, not Rising Sands, but the place it's at, Revenant's Toll, by coincidence, and saw the Red Mage person there, and I was just like, what are you doing here? And she had a quest. I was like, okay. And just kind of, oh, okay. Got it. Anyways, everything's cool. And yeah, they're just straight yellow quests. No notification whatsoever. No labeling whatsoever. The Warrior of Light will never drink again. I'm not here on official business. I'm just chatting. A journey to remember and reflect. Aye, much has changed since we first came here, since I abandoned you to follow the heretic's tail alone. Come, my lord, mayhap you recall the survivor who carried you back to Falcon's Nest that day? Well, his wife has given birth to their first child. Maybe I should pay him a visit. Though he is doubtless honored, you need not put yourselves in trouble. The responsibilities of a count leave little time as is. Think not on that me. I am still me, you are still you, whatever our respective titles. This preoccupation with position and power has sown no end of discord between our two houses, to the great detriment of our nation. 'Tis especially galling when one considers much of what we have achieved was by virtue of blood and not character. So call me Count if you must, but no, I take no pride in it. Mayhap one day I'll have earned it, but not today. Still himself, is he? An honorable man, mindful of tradition, he was loath to accept the assistance of a foreigner in exile. But when forced to confront bitter truths, he looked within himself and found himself wanting. Pride be damned, then, if it lead one astray. He would set aside prejudice and join hands with his gifted outcast for greater good of Ishgard. There's 5 quests of these? This is going to be a minute, isn't it? Let's look at questions while we go to the next thing. Most squirrels for brain things ever done by the FF14 devs. I'm going to cheat and say everything about 1.0. But no, I know the intent with which you asked that. Didn't they briefly decide to screw a threat, as every MMO dev has, and then put it back, as every MMO dev has? That's a pretty dumb decision, for the same reason everyone else made the same dumb decision. No? Okay. Thought I heard about that in Stormblood, I want to say. Two foreign heretics against the 2 Knights of the Heavens Ward. Under the watchful gaze of the Fury, they would fight, and the winner's claims would be proven true. It was the opening gambit of a greater game whose stakes would remain unknown for some time. Alright, Rax, I defer to you, because I'm not sure of the specifics. What's the dumbest thing that the devs of FF14, current version, have done? Your master runner, if I'm not mistaken. We have met, although I'm sure you don't remember. 'Twas a seeming lifetime ago when you answered the Archbishop's summon. I come here often to reflect on all that's come to pass, and when I saw you gazing at the Holy Vault, I thought perhaps you had too. You turned our world upside down, everything we held dear, for change and for the truth. They say it had to be done, that His Grace sought godhood. If so, perhaps it was the Fury's will that you prevail. But to say it, to believe it, I know no man is without sin, but he was pious and humble, wholly devoted to the church and to his people. I knew him, sir. He was a good man. Whatever else he may have been, I'll remember him as a good man. I mean, he was trying to create an eternal war. I kind of had to kill him. To walk the righteous path, to live for the sake of others. To rise to the highest station, yet remain powerless to bring an end to your people's suffering. What price salvation, then? What sacrifice beyond reason? For uneasy lies the head that wears the crown. Why am I going to Limsa Laments? Oh my god. What is this quest? Yeah, before you ask, I'm not even going to try to do the weekly stuff for the near crap. Just getting that out there. Not happening. Is that hat again? It is that hat again. The Navigator. I resign myself to another day spent listening to Advisor. Come, Lord, tell me of your adventures. Okay. Explain. The Ishgardians sail in uncharted waters. Although I hope these new reforms of theirs meet with no resistance. 'Twould not be the first grand voyage to run afoul of reefs ere it properly began. But with Sir Emmerich at the helm, they may yet chart a course for generations to follow. Which is not to say your own doesn't need correcting. The Alliance has grown complacent. The bloody nose you gave us at the melee showed me that. Nor have I forgotten the lessons of the banquet. Rest assured, we will root out any further turncoats before the dagger's at our back. You have my word on that, and Lady Yaguri's beside. She's never been one to a retreat, much less in the face of transparent theatrics, but this has been no ordinary battlefield. Its rules of engagement's anything but clear. So she would watch it, she would learn, and in time she would act. And now I go to Revenant's Toll. This is a very strange path you're taking me on here, game. Bye, Merleweb. You just got here. Yeah, I'm in a hurry. Boop. I want to get to Stormblood. What? Nope. By the way, this is a demonstration of that movement speed glitch I've referenced several times. It's easiest to show off when you're on the ground. Master Lore, is aught amiss? No. I'm both flattered and surprised you should remember my role in this tale, given the grandeur of your... I talk to you every... Though I must confess, having delivered some selfish pleasure from donning the garments of the shinobi once more, I am honored to have been able to assist in freeing General Robon from his captivity. And I believe I speak for all my countrymen when I say we are most grateful to have been granted the opportunity to contribute to the restoration of the Scions. Much has changed, it's true, and much may be as never as it was. Really? You've never seen that? So, anytime you see the going slower in the air glitch, it's actually the exact same glitch. It's easy to replicate. Just at any point in time when you get the moving slowly in the air glitch, land. And you will be forced to walk until you fix the glitch by stopping and restarting like you do in the air. I only pointed it out because it's the easiest way to demonstrate that I'm not crazy and the go slow glitch actually does exist. So, quest 2. We'll be traveling to Ul'dah next. I've prepared a special unguent to aid General Robon's rehabilitation. Injuries such as his must be tended to daily, even long after they've healed. You need only deliver it to the man, Commander Swift. You will see that the Flame General receives it. Oh, I've seen that glitch since I started playing the game, actually. I've never quite figured out what exactly causes it. It's easy to replicate, though. If you just move around a bunch in the air, it'll almost assuredly happen. Oh. Of course, now I can't. But whatever, I just demonstrated it. I'm not crazy. Moving on. And yeah, I see it a lot. Hell, it's actually happened several times today. That's the first time I called attention to it. Yeah, I will say it used to be a near certain thing, so they probably fixed something about it. Because, yeah, it used to be pretty much a guarantee thing. Captain Runner, what have you there? Oh, nice, Rex. I think it's garbage! I spit upon it! But do it! It's good stuff, I like it. I was not of our general required such stuff, and one of our Doman friends made it for him. Very well, I shall pass it on. Oh, actually, wait here. We have just this moment concluded a meeting. I expect to be glad to talk with you before returning to the palace. I was actually thinking to make it a little bit less incredibly irritating to do. What we could do is just get rid of the class on the bars and just have a red, green, and blue version for everyone. Because a lot of people swap classes, I've noticed, when looking at the spreadsheet. Just a thought. And we still have several people we need to get portraits of, to get 0, to make things of, and blah, blah, blah. Oh, daily, she says. Pfft. Well, mayhap it's best to be prudent. Gods alone know why you agreed to deliver it for her, though. Unless you mean to favor me with the rematch I requested. I will beat the snot out of you. Again. I jest, lad. You're on a journey of reflection, are you not? Ah, Emerald Whip said as much. And now you want to relive the moment you pulled me from the pit Ilberd left me to rot. Shames me to think of it. I was so blind to his hatred. Lolorito tells me it was not always so. That Ilberd admitted to him he once believed I would return to Alamigo at the head of an army. But years passed, and I did nothing. For all my accomplishments, for all my wealth, power, and influence, I did not help the plight of my people. Quick reminder, if Robon led an army to Alamigo, what would happen is that army would die. Not for lack of trying, but Ilbert didn't know. He thought the bull of Alamigo had grown fat and complacent. That my story set a bad example for our country. Forget your homeland, chase the Uldan dream. A fine, impossible dream, which gave men the strength to endure the hardships and try to make the lives for themselves here. Huh. So the dream had to die. He would kill me then, stir up the disillusioned, arm them at the monetarist expense, and then... Forgive me, the Scions paid the price of my failings. Yeah, go ahead and do that, Zera. Just commit to that. It's going to be a lot less work, speaking as a manager and a graphics designer, than trying to make a different class one for all the different classes. Because we're still going to need three outputs per character, per individual. A refugee of a fallen nation, he had risen from great depths of poverty to claim a seat on the syndicate, yet for all his great deeds, one was left undone. And like sand through an hourglass, the years slipped away, taking with them an old friend's hope. Hi, Zed. What am I looking at here? Like, I know we have people with tails in this game, but what is this? Like, what is this? I can't even get a good picture of it. What is this tail here? My goodness. Western Kurthus? Where are you taking me now? PvP, that tracks. Wolf marks, So this is going to be a bit of a trip, so let's answer some Q&A questions. I think Tim's there right now, and I've got several from yesterday in the queue. So a question of anti-synergy. Pick 3 characters from the same franchise, such that A is greater than C, and B is greater than C, but A plus B, and that's all I got for the question? Without the rest of the question, I actually can't clarify. Well, that sucks. So I'm going to move on to the next one. Most complicated 60-plus level bosses that 4 level 30 sprouts can defeat without being frustrated. What's the Eden fight I really like? The one I wanted to do tests on? The one I did do tests on? Black and white portals. Fight up in the sky. Ultimecia. I'm most looking for the number. Because that's probably my answer to that. I happen to really like that fight. Eden 7. There you go, E7. Also several of the E fights in general, probably. But E7 especially. By the fury, is that you, Master Runner? Forgive me, but what reason could you possibly have for returning to this godforsaken place? You know. Vivi wanted to come home. Mayhap it's fate which brings you here on this day of introspection and reflection. We are come to Gorgon Mills to accept the surrender of half a dozen heretics who once fought for Lady Ashard. If you're intending to visit the cellars, I'd ask you do nothing to unsettle them. I'm here to kill you! Sorry. Wait, I know you. You were at the amphitheater with the Dragon Slayer. I suppose we owe you an apology. When you came to us seeking parley, we were sure it was a scheme to lure out the lady. We were sure about a lot of things. When she first shared her revelation, when she told us she was not Saint Shiva we were born, we thought it was a test. For had we not prayed for salvation? Had she not descended to deliver us from evil? She replied her prayers were but fuel for a fever dream, a construct born of desperation and denial. No savior, she said. Oh, the O fights are great, but yeah, the E fights are very well constructed. That's why my mind immediately jumped there when it came to something people can pick up in the fight. The E-fights are very patterned, but in a good way. The E7, the one I just mentioned, is excellent, because it's like, here's this mechanic, here's this mechanic, here's this mechanic, here's this and this mechanic, here's this and this mechanic, here's all three, and now we're going to flip it on you. And it never stops escalating the whole fight, and I love the way they do it. But my point is, they tutorialize in the fight. They make sure that the first few times you see it, you can see what's coming and how to deal with it without ever having to look at a dungeon journal, for example. And yeah, they're like well-designed Mega Man stages, I agree. It just clicks so well. That's why I'm so positive about that. But we'll get to that later. Anyways, when we marched on Ishgard regardless, she pulled us from the brink of oblivion and implored us to find another way. And here we are, ready to lay down our arms at last. She considered you a friend. Had things been different, mayhap we would have been friends too. Very well. Will Fairhaven be in the rewrite? I assume you mean the concept and not the episode. Forsaken by gods and men, they found salvation in revelation. They would take up arms against their own kind to set wrongs to right, cut out Ishgard's festering heart, and the war would be over. This they knew, believed with all their being, until the Savior told them their efforts would be for naught. Yeah, Brigwin likes to animate. She's very animated, you might say. Whoops. Ah! It'll be interesting to analyze and review the O fights well, not alongside, but a few weeks separate from the E fights. Really kind of dig into them, gameplay-wise. So, assuming you mean the concept, Ross, no, I'm pretty sure there will be no holodeck in the Voyager rewrite at all. Obviously, we're getting rid of the holodeck in general, but even if the holodeck was in, it would most assuredly not be on Voyager. Hell, in actual Voyager, there should have been no holodeck. It is a colossal waste of energy and power on a ship that's out in the middle of nowhere with no repairs and no resupply. I haven't decided yet, Valvedrix, but in the interest of fairness, I probably should. I'm glad it ends at 30. In fact, I think I've been to 30 before. But either way, I will at least show off Heaven on High, if nothing else, briefly. Well, if it isn't the great warrior of light himself, he who slew the dreadworm Nidhogg, bringing an end to 1,000 years of war, and my very livelihood. Go on, strike me down, finish the job, stab me right in the heart. I'll even lend you my spear if you like. After all, I won't be bloody needing it. Tell me true, for a moment I had you fooled. Oh, as if I could hate the man who got rid of Nidhogg. Lest you worry, the business about me losing my livelihood couldn't have been further from the truth. In fact, peace is proving surprisingly lucrative. Yeah, that's actually one of the most successful things in real-life history to prevent war. Economic connections. I'm not making that up. Two nations that have strong economic ties to each other are much less likely to go to war, historically speaking. As our nation's ties with Hraesvelgur's brood have grown stronger and our interests in Dravania have begun to expand, we've seen a marked increase in the number of travelers on the road. Needless to say, travelers require protection, which we're only too happy to provide. Granted, such work will not earn you a lordship like slaying a dragon might, but it pays well and it's less prone to end in incineration. Seems a reasonable enough compromise, all things considered. As long as there are wars to fight, there will be those who take up arms, not out of hatred or even a sense of duty, but for want of better employment. When presented with an alternative, such individuals may gladly trade their swords for scythes, or failing that, pledge to a more worthy cause. Let's see. Questions. Does a required peripheral earn a negative? Something like a DDR mat. Ooh, that's actually a good question. Honestly, Guitar Hero is probably a better answer for that for me. I think, honestly, I'd lean towards no. That is a very blue outfit. My God, that is blue. That's scary. I'd lean towards no, since it's not really the game itself, and it would be the same kind of question as, does a game get a negative for being more expensive? The answer would be no. But it depends also on how necessary it actually is, too. Something the matter? No, I'm just here to say hi. A journey of remembrance, huh? God, it only feels like yesterday Yazael turned up Tailfeather with you in tow. Back into our lives and gone too soon. Ever tell you we found her 5 years back? In Torpor, in the forest by our lonesome? Well, we weren't about to leave her there, so we carried her back and tended to her till she woke up. Didn't say a word for days. Just sat there, stared at the sky as if the ground held nothing for her. And it didn't, we learned, when she finally spoke. Now, you might think she's not one to smile, but if you'd seen her those years that followed. One day, all of a sudden, she says she's got a truth that must be shared, up in leaves for God knows where, and that's the last we heard of her for a time. Redemption's not beyond us, friends. Come and hear the truth. Hear the Lady Iceheart speak. And they did, from far and wide, or so the story went. Some said there was nothing in it, but I knew. I knew. I think, Laura, that deep down most folk will try to do right by themselves and others. And they try, oh, they try. You do, certainly. So did she. Apologies, you came to think on your own memories, not listen to mine. I take the Nather next? Right. If you're going to do this properly, you need to gather up your incentives, in case you've forgotten. Here's the stuff you're going to need to get. Oh, come on. Surely you can't be that daft. You're more than welcome in their village. Safe travels. Oh, dude. Yeah, as usual, I think the answer would be it depends. Depends on how decent the, periphery is, how expensive it is, how necessary it is. Stuff like that. Like, Beat Saber kind of requires that setup, right? But, the Wee Waggle, completely unnecessary, to use two very bad examples. Hunter of Dragons and Gods, I bid you welcome. What would you ask of me this day? Once we had no concept of what you speak. The one mind does not forget, but we do. It can be most distressing. To remember is not enough. One must strain and give words to memory, and inscribe words on parchment. This is the chronicler's calling. He wrote of how you came to Loth Astvath, and how you left to slay Ravana, how the young hunter trained with the old hunter while you were away. We shall treasure these memories, the history you have given us, and when the new Vath join us, we will share it with them as well. Bound no longer to the will of the many. System Shock reference. They were now free to walk their own path. Thus reborn, they would write the first chapter of a new history to be passed into future generations. And as their culture grew older and richer, so too would their story. Actually, I can stop this warp there. Best newbie-friendly MMO for healers? Wildstar. Ironically. I suppose you probably want one that's still going, though. Where's the hole? There it is. Friend of Yazael, warrior of warriors, thou art ever welcome in Annex Shrine. What bringeth thee to this day? There is much wisdom to be gained in looking at the past, to walk half-remembered paths and mark anew their twists and turns. We too do this, though not through pilgrimage, nor less written word. In song do we preserve the deeds of our lost, and chronicle the passing of the ages. Naught hath greater power to stir our hearts. 'Twas a dirge of profoundest sadness that roused Nidhogg's brood to action, a dirge which sounds no more. Now a new song riseth to fill the void, when of hope rekindled, of war's end and peace's rebirth. I shall sing of thee in Yazael ever after, that all may know and remember. In the chorus, damn it, Cashel, the fallen could rise once more, for none are dead whose names yet echo in the heavens, and the song would not end until the last voice fell silent. Heroes and villains, sinners and saints, all would live again. Now we gotta go to Mogholm. We're never getting away from Mogholm. This is why you did this, Valvadrix. You knew that there was a quest that went to Mogholm. You knew. Is this in? Up? Down? Oh, there it is. Damn it, Mr. Red. You know what must be done. Well, yank my palm and call me a molebat. I certainly wasn't expecting to see you today. You still calling yourself Lore? Anyways, what are you doing here? Thank heavens for that. I was sure you were going to ask for my help, Athena, another one of your exciting quests. But by all means, we'd love to pass the time reminiscing about the good old days. And when better now than now? When better than now, Coupeau. Sorry, I totally misread that. Well, with your friends visiting and all. Wait here, I'll fetch them. No, 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 no. Now, could you go do these 15 quests? No! They all chain infinitely. Literally, they're just repeatables with no cooldown. They don't give anything either. They're just infinitely repeatables. Full glad am I to see you again, Lore. In Nidhogg, of all places. It really is you, just when you're about to leave. Hey, Kuplakop. I think it's wonderful, this pilgrimage of yours. A final reflection on the past, that you might face the future with eyes unclouded and heart at peace. Few would deny the events of recent days warrant such contemplation. When last we stood in this place, I dare say none among our number would have believed what was to follow, young Estinian least of all. Upon learning what befell him at Azizla, I confess I thought him lost, but when Master Alphina told me of your great struggle, and of his salvation, I was reminded of your talent for the impossible. If you ask me, he seemed altogether too stubborn to die, although I suppose that's no small feat to evict a spite-filled worm once it made its home in your head. With Nidhogg's passing, the children of Ishgard and Dravania may at last look to the future. It is my hope, however, they will not forget the deeds of history, nor the many thousands of lives. Oh, that's way more than thousands. For only through remembrance will they avoid the mistakes of the past. Now, I've got it. Let's pretend none of this ever happened. We'll make a new history. The people who are in charge of the history, they'll become the great houses. We thank you again for your hospitality, Chief Mongol. Please go to hell. Wish you well on your journey, Lore. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal. And we'll meet again. Even in the farthest reaches of distant, dangerous lands, one may chance upon a friendly face. Though given to mischief and largely unconcerned by the troubles of the outside world, they came to understand Ishgard's plight and agreed to lend their aid. After way too many side quests, it actually literally says eventually, that is. It's actually what it says. An existing noob-friendly MMO for healing. So, obviously there are MMOs that don't have healers, like Destiny 2, or Guild Wars 2, or, you know, Asheron's Call, which isn't going anymore, so that doesn't qualify. EverQuest kind of qualifies. Honestly, it's probably this one, to be completely blunt. Healing in this game is, and I don't mean this as a negative, a lot less demanding than in most games, most MMOs. That's why green DPS is a thing. Because there's such large periods of time which you don't spend healing. So you fill it with green DPS, right? I mean, that's one of the reasons green DPS is a thing. So yeah, FF14. Man, I don't know, Ross. The crackling warmth of Alphina's campfire, the savory waft of Yzael's bubbling stew, the soft snoring of Mogin sleeping on the grass. A cold wind blew that night, and on the morrow they mounted the steps and blew the horn. But having climbed to the summit with hope in their hearts, they descended dejected, weighted down by truths too grim to contemplate. Yeah, little and pathetic though it is, the one bit of green DPS I pretty much always do is the dot. I always try to make sure that the dot is up. Meanwhile, back in Ul'dah, for some frickety reason. Are we going from here to Ul'dah? Oh, whatever. That's a finite minute. Remember, I haven't done this quest, so I'm just kind of all. So here's one for you. What's the best looking boss that's boring mechanically that isn't Thornton? Because Thornton comes to mind immediately on that one. You, over here, quickly! What? I should have known you see through my disguise. After all, you have seen it before. But enough talk. We cannot linger here, lest the guards recognize their sultana. Yeah, innocence is pretty legit. I like that fight, though, mechanically. And the whole point is it has to be a mechanically bleh fight. As you may have deduced, I was taking the air outside the palace when I saw you standing there staring into space. Ravana? I could see that. Or Susano? Yeah, I could see that, too. Have something in your mind? I understand completely. So much has happened, so much has changed, and all in so short a period of time, even though I struggle to make sense of it all. One thing, at least, is abundantly clear. I owe an immense debt of gratitude for all you've done on my behalf, and on behalf of those whom I hold dear. Yeah, we'll see Susano. That's Stormblood, I'm pretty sure, and that'll be fun. But yeah, Bismarck, I don't think Bismarck looks cool, so I can't say that, but mechanically, Bismarck is kind of bleh. I don't think I even gave it a positive. After I woke, Papa Shan told me everything. There was a lot to take in. But nothing could prepare me for what Lord Lolorito had to say. That ruthless, manipulative swine came before me and expressed regret for what had come to pass. And, thinking to make amends, offered all of Talaji Aji's assets, Talaji Aleji's assets, as well as half his personal fortune to the crown. Jesus, Lolorito. Long did I debate how best to use this wealth. Yeah, when do we find out that he starts employing the refugees properly? He does, by the way, in case you didn't know that. There's no end to the troubles facing our nation, no shortage of worthwhile causes, yet none among our people have suffered more than the refugees, and it's they who should be the first to receive aid and succor. Oh yeah, no, Lolorito is a Tarkin. Absolutely. Yeah, Godbert does too. There's also the matter of the terrible wrongs committed against you and yours, for which I am largely partly responsible. No, don't protest, it's the truth. Accordingly, I've set aside monies to aid the Scion's rebuilding, if you'd have them. Yeah, thank you very much. Pray do not thank me, not after all you have suffered. And know that I do not think to atone for my mistakes with money. It's but a tool that I would seek to put to good use. Oh, listen to me. So much for enjoying a moment's respite outside the palace walls. It seems I've brought my responsibilities with me. I suppose I should return. Little Yara, you must come at home at once. Father is worried sick, you know. Ah, confound it, you lot. Search the area. I know she came through here. On the other hand, it is essential a ruler sees firsthand how her subjects go about their daily lives, and I've not visited the market in weeks. It'd be a shame to let this opportunity go to waste. Lore, might I impose upon you to have a brief, yet cordial, conversation with the Sultan Sworn? I leave the choice of subject matter up to you. Take care. Sure. Yeah, Thornton is the easy answer. The easy, obvious, duh answer. Whoops. Beg your pardon. Do you see a young Lalafallen noblewoman pass this way? No. You certain? Oh dear, Master Papa-san said this might happen. Never thought he was serious. What do we do? What do we do? Wait, I know you. You're Lore. Lore Runner. How did you recognize me? What a stroke of luck. I think I've done better qualified to help us. You see, it is no mere noblewoman we seek. Ah, Master Papa-san was most explicit at the need for secrecy. And pray forget I mentioned it. We will find this lady on her own. What cruel fate to lose her father as a child, be compelled to rule in his stead, and how the years had tempered her dreams and taught her, sometimes brutally, the price of naivete. Although outwardly unscathed by her ordeal, it was a wiser and more wary Nanamo who claimed the throne. Oh, geez, Shadow Machine. So what you're saying is it'll take me 5 hours. Okay, back to being a Dragoon. There we go. Back to Revenant's Toll. I feel like we've been here before. Oh, fair enough. Played too well. There you are, Lord. Higiri told me of your pilgrimage. I knew it was only a matter of time before you saw me out. I, too, have been reflecting on the choices which shaped my path. When I took to the road with my grandfather, when I joined the Crystal Braves, when I tried and failed to warn you before the banquet, I had my suspicions about Wilred's death, that it was the work of a Garlean spy, but I could not be sure who was involved, hence my desire to speak with you in private. I thought long and hard about how to approach you without arousing suspicion. Mayhap too long. Eventually I decided to arrange a meeting through Mistress Momodi. Little did I know the bastard Laurentius had seen me do it. Shortly after the fourth received urgent summons. Needless to say, I had no choice but to answer, and soon found myself at the mercy of Captain Ilbert's band of traitors. They confined me to the Rising Stones, along with what others are still loyal to the Scions, Riol, Femi, Ergmus. Quite what they planned to do with us I couldn't say. Mayhap they thought we would turn, given time. Fools. Lieutenant Yuyuhase bid the Third keep us under constant guard, but when Captain Ilbert moved to carry out Robon's execution, they were forced to withdraw to all but a token force, which we took by surprise one night, and then it was all over. One might argue that it turned out better than had he right to, all things considered. Yeah, it did. Still, there are nights when I lay awake at wondering if I had done things differently, if I had been more careful or more decisive than what... But there's not to be gained from thinking thus. We must count our blessing, must we not? We're still here. Most of what was broken can be rebuilt. You'll see, Lord. Yeah, so those of you wondering what happened to her after she called us out in Ul'dah, there you go. There's the answer to that. For the freedom of all, it had begun with an oath and ended with a betrayal, as the conspirators turned on comrades for coin and country. The good and true were beaten and imprisoned, or else butchered where they stood. But even in their darkest moments, they never stopped believing that the dawn light would shine again. And now we go to see Sid, I guess? That's just bouncing all over the place, isn't it? I actually do have an insurance company under my control. Yeah, this is just... That's an interesting axe. Look at that thing. Anyone recognize that one? Rather stylish. I didn't know the Warrior of Light had weapon drops. Yeah, this is the wrap-up for ARR and Heavensward, and it's in a freaking side quest that is unlabeled that I didn't know existed until yesterday. Well, except Minfilia, Robostal. And Gazelle. Nidhogg's dead, too. I know, but I like to ask people instead, so it's more interesting. Besides, all I'll see is some random item name, which won't help me unless I go Google it. Okay, fair, Robostal. I can't argue that. Reminiscing about the glory days, huh? We spent many a sleep... What? Don't do that. It'll take more than swirling winds and raging dragons to bring her down. That, my friend, is an Ironworks guarantee. Speaking of which, on the back of the field test success, we've gone ahead and licensed the design for mass production. Soon the Skyshield manufactory will be churning out monocutters by the dozens, which is why we're here, to make sure the machinist doesn't bugger it up. I'm going to kind of skip through this because this is actually loud, so these two are being quirky and awesome, as usual. Putting the cart before the chocobo. Got it. Till next time. No, it was Laurentius. She just flat out said Guardboard Gloom. Hang on. I'm not going to read that. Oh, I didn't put it in the chat log. Oh, no, it did, right there. Despite the many hardships they endured. Why is it over here? And perhaps because of them, they greeted each new challenge with a smile. Their workshop, their battlefield. Tools, their weapons. And invariably they rose to the occasion, delivering ingenious solutions to seemingly insoluble problems. Now, back to the churning mists. Oh, God, no, no, no! I'm going to burn this place to the ground. Smartest way an MMO has cut corners, and dumbest way an MMO has cut corners. I never want to see this zone again. Ever. When I'm done with this, I quite literally hope I never come back to this goddamn zone. So this is going to sound weird, but I'm going to give the same answer to both. Warlords of Draenor. They cut corners hard. They just stopped developing it. One patch, one zone, one raid, that's it. No, nothing. And because they cut those corners so hard and so severely, they had a tremendous amount of additional time and money to be able to put it into Legion. But it was also one of the worst ways they've ever cut corners, because it really did actively ruin Warlords as a consequence. Yeah, Warlords hurt a lot of people's faith in WoW, and for good reason. Picture, to put it into FF14 manner, picture that you play FF14 and then you go fight Thornton and it's like, yeah! And then nothing else happens except they add the fight against Nidhogg, with none of the quests, by the way. That's not true. Like 5 quests leading up to it. And then the fight against Nidhogg on the final steps of faith. And then Stormblood. Just... That's kind of what happened with Warlords. So, and I use Heavensward particularly because it's good stuff, right? It's like good stories and good gameplay. And yes, it's amazing. And then, bam! Cut off, done. And it was just, oh, it was whiplash. And that's why so many people walked away from Warlords, and why so many people still bash Warlords. It was good until it stopped. So you see why I say it was smart, because it led to Legion, but awful because it destroyed Warlords, and destroyed a lot of consumer trust in WoW. It was arguably the first time people really started to move away from WoW in large numbers. Yeah, everyone complains about the garrisons because... Actually, that's a really complicated topic I'm not going to cover today. Let's just say that it's not that simple. Garrisons were actually really, really, really good. The problem was, once you finish the content, remember, there's nothing else to do except for garrisons. So... Anyways, that's where we fought Nidhogg. Please let me leave this zone. Forever. 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 I never want to come back to this zone. And this is the last side quest, so this is it. Unless some future quest comes here, I'm done with this frickin' zone. Whoop. Oh yeah, the Warlord zones were amazing. The main plot, fantastic. The regional stories, excellent. Some of the best quest design we'd ever seen up to that point in time. They even implemented a really cool concept. Forgive me for talking about this for just a second. Imagine that there's just fates all out in the world, but rather than being random and timed, they're just there. And they're almost always just one enemy, but they don't always have to be an enemy. It's any type of encounter, right? Just like fates are. So there's a fate, and you walk up to the fate, and it's like, oh my god, there's a boss. And you run in and you fight, and everyone shares credit. Everyone helps fight it. Everyone gets equal credit for doing so, and upon doing the fate, you get a unique piece of equipment. It could be a toy, it could be a mount, it could be an actual piece of armor, it could be a cosmetic, it could be a consumable. They're all manually designed. Every single one of those fates each gives a separate, distinct, worthwhile piece of gear that perfectly shares with everyone who participates. And, hang on, it's even better than that. Those fates respawn in like 30 seconds. So when you're done with it, then if someone swoops in at the last second, they don't have to wait long to do it. This was a great change. Hi, Leander. Where are you? There you are. Hi. Hi. It was a great decision. And that was some awesome stuff. And it made, it encouraged cooperation, encouraged people to hang out and help and to do this stuff because it was almost always worthwhile, and there was no detriment to helping someone else do it. Because it perfectly shared credit, even across faction lines, too. Anyways. There he is at last. Gibrion says you were wandering all over, reminiscing about the days gone by. Seems a bit soon if you ask me. Not like I don't understand, though. Some days I'll be walking through the broom, same as normal, and it'll hit me all of a sudden how much has changed for us. Though I know it's a bit different from where you've been through. Put me in the mind of the first time I saw him and his friends near up the Aetherite, being shown around by that houseful Tom man. Oh, you never told me about that. They weren't so much of a meeting as a heckling, to be honest. When I heard their guide warned them off of visiting the broom, it stuck in my craw. And you gotta admit, Master Alphen was the spitting image of a snotty little lordling. A little lordling that went on to fight 2 Knights of the Heavens Ward with Lord here in trial by combat, not to mention helped to retake the vault from the True Brothers. Oh, Fury have mercy, it feels like a bleeding lifetime ago, didn't it? Because it was. What we got now is nothing like what came before. It's a bleeding rebirth is what it is. Cold comfort to the folk who died getting us here. Still, this piece is ours, and we owe it to ourselves to make the most of it. Meaning, we've got to work twice as hard to make the broom a better place. No more harassing blue bloods. Also, technically, you're all blue bloods, but let's not get into that. A world apart from the opulence of the pillars they had toiled, shrouded in the haze of the broom. Sentenced to life of hardship by birth, they dreamed the revolution as children dream of fairies. Then one came and went, and they suddenly found themselves with a seat at the table. That is how that often works. Where? Oh. Right, the Banu. I forgot they existed, because they suck. Frickin' bears. Alright, time to say hello. Oh, I can't kill them. Damn it! Oh, clouds... Blah, 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 blah. Yep, you're welcome for saving you. An earnest, good-natured people, they had borne witness to the rage of their beloved god's twisted manifestation, and proclaimed it to be false. By the grace of kind travelers, they were duly delivered from its wrath, the mad god's death signaling the birth of a new hero. Why am I going to Gridania? Oh, I know why. Oh! Oof. Thank you, Blade Travel. As always and ever. I do appreciate. If you happen to know what you want to put that towards, do please let me know. Oh, Malachor. Master question. Star Ocean 2, you got it. Done. Let's see. Trihexia says, how do you think the Mass Effect 3 team would have handled the game's production? They weren't forced to make it the end of the trilogy and a good introduction for a new game like players like you wanted it. I mean, I don't think it would have been much better, to be completely blunt. But that's because for several years, I have had the very strong opinion, yes I have, Mr. Rin, I even showed it off earlier, that Mass Effect 3 was doomed from the get-go. And that it wasn't necessarily EA, but just the team that was responsible for it. And frankly, I think since post-Anthem, I can pretty much point back and say, yeah, I called that. Hi, Yumitra. Indeed, though it seems an age, it was not all that long ago we rescued Stola from the livestream. How quickly we begin to forget even those memories most precious to us. In my defense, I might add I rarely missed an opportunity to make new memories with my sister in the days since her return. Our conversations are largely on matters scientific and professional. Ancient Elogan, technologies, primals, Assi, and so forth. She has an insatiable thirst for knowledge, as you know. Yet while I understand her desire to not burden those around her with her troubles, and to carry on as she did before, I do worry her willingness to manipulate her own ether to compensate for the loss of her sight may have dire repercussions. Don't worry, it'll effectively never come up again. She never told you. Nope. You should know that the technique she employs places tremendous strain on her body. She is, of course, well over her limits, and more than willing to ignore them should she deem it necessary. I pray you see she does not. Regrettably, she is wont to ignore my advice when it does not suit her. Yet, given your shared experience, maybe she'll be willing to heed your warnings. Look, she's not my girlfriend or anything. Her sister was under no illusions to the dangers of life that she had chosen. Should the worst come to the worst, Y'shtola would need to do what needed to be done, pay any price, make any sacrifice, and that without hesitation. She was a woman of conviction, deserving of respect and admiration, and no small amount of glory. Now, speaking of which, we go up to Idleshire, the other zone I never want to see again. Thankfully, I have also very little reason to go here as well, so... Why must governing stupid great Gabi nation be so difficult, like herding curls? Stupid curls, with differing views on glorious nation's future direction. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, Slowfix knows he's letting emotions run wild. Uplander is welcome voice of reason. Not like when Uplanders first returned to Idleshire. He has so much venom in that one's tongue flaps, calling Gabi flock thieves. But Slowfix saw way to mutual understanding. Citizenship in society, first step in strengthening communal ties, gives all vested interest in continued prosperity of egalitarian utopia. I don't do wondrous tales. For the final objective of this quest, you will receive no guidance from the journal or the duty list. You will need to read the text carefully. Hang on, let me pull up Google. The burdens we bear. The burdens we bear. Okay, cool. Now, Slowfix bids Uplander fulfill civic duty as citizens of Idleshire, with hand-lending of great import. In caves south of settlements lives Old Crone, wielder of powerful magics. Uplander's made busy deals with Old Crone. Yes, then Uplander appealed to Crone's better nature. Make her call off Frog Van Harriels. I know where Matoya is, so I don't need the guide for that. Unfortunately, I think we do actually interact with Matoya after this, so we will have to come back to this zone at least once. But I don't do wondrous tales, and I never will again. I spit on the patooey. Oh, maybe I should put the questions. Let's see here. Questions. I heard that in FF14 you get a percentage buff if you have a tank, healer, melee range, and caster. I think that is actually a thing. But do I think this is a good design experience? Good design decision. Yes and no. On the one hand, it is basically, especially for the hard stuff, mandating certain party compositions. On the other hand, if the class layout was substantially different than what it is, it would actually work out a lot better. I could see that kind of system working in certain formats. Essentially trying to encourage people to not, for example, bring 5 tanks. Or 8 tanks, sorry. But on the other hand, yeah, that extra boost, that just makes people say, well, you know, why don't you bring a ranged instead? Okay. That's not like melee don't already... yeah. Wait, what? There's quests here? What? What? Oh, thank God. Okay, no, it's they're hunting. Oh, they're treasure hunt quests. Thank God. I spit on you, and I spit on you, and I spit on you. Okay, we're done. We're not doing this. Moving on. This is why Valvagix tried to make me do this. Because she wanted me to do these quests, and she's wrong! You failed! I am a Jedi, like my father before me. Father Ed Fortom. This is a pleasant surprise. I'm well aware you're only here because you want something, but at least you didn't bring your little friends, so out with it. Oh, is that what the goblins told you? That my servants were attacking their poor defenseless scouts without the slightest provocation? Little buggers were trying to eat them. They're lucky I didn't have my pierogos return the favor, but you can tell them that if they try it again, I will personally feed them to my servants one limb at a time. I do hope you didn't come all this way just to play errand boy for those dirty little scroungers. Aren't you a bit young to be doing grand journeys of reflection? You haven't lived long enough to have so many regrets. Ma'am, you have no idea. The same goes for that boy complaining about things unfolding as he dreamed he would. Makes no difference what should have happened. What matters is what did happen. The past is the past, and no amount of wishing you'd done things differently will make it so. You make your choices. do what needs to be done. That's all. That's the attitude you came here with the first time when you wanted to find a way to Oz's Law, and you would do well to remember it. Alright then, I think you've wasted enough of my time. It's bad enough to have to suffer Shtola's unannounced visits. I don't need you making a habit of it, too. She was the sum of everything that had come before. Triumphs, failures, all essential, all indispensable. Had things unfolded differently, so too would she. What use, then, to mourn the woman who never was? There was only this time, this place, and this choice. And one more spit on the side quest. Patooey! Alright, let's get out of here. I mean, I agree, Cardboard Golem. That was about 2 weeks ago now, but I still agree with you. Exactly. The past is dead! Bury it in ash! And then burn it! Along with the future. Wait. Yeah, at some point we're going to have to do something about Oz's Law, but we never will, so don't worry about it. You spy something on the ground at the landing's edge. Dun dun dun! It's going over the edge! No, A bouquet of fresh Nemean lilies lies at your feet, an offering for the departed. A thousand fires blossomed around her as she fell towards the battleship. A crimson star shower amidst impassive clouds. Yep, that is the same bouquet Estinian had, and he offered it to Yazael. Then came the azure light, faint at first, but soon blinding and shattering, casting motes of diamond to the four winds. Tiamat. This is a bit of a trip. Yeah, interestingly enough, I'm not sure we have the ability to do anything about Oz's Law. But I imagine we can at least figure out how to shut it off, you know? Let it plummet to the ground. Maybe self-destruct. Do we have a self-destruct mechanism? We did the triad last week, yeah. And we'll never do it again until it shows up on the roulettes. Let's see here. Questions. Are we allowed to ask WoW questions today? No! Which WoW character who did not exist in the RTS game had the best character arc? Oh, that's tough. There's actually a lot of very, very good character arcs in World of Warcraft, but I know this is going to raise some heckles, but my first and knee-jerk thought is actually Garrosh Hellscream, who has a hell of a character arc going across 1, 2, 3, 4 expansions? No, well, 5 expansions, depending on how you count it. At least 4.5. Hey, Tiamat. Child of man, chosen of Hydaelyn, naught remaineth for thee here save the delusions of the condemned. In my madness did I spy my departed brood brother in yonder skies, though I know it cannot be so. What sayest thou? My senses are yet my own? Then he whom I saw was my dead brother's rancor clad in mortal flesh. Thou didst deliver him unto death's cold embrace. I bear thee no ill will, child, 'tis beyond me. All my hatreds are bound up in moments ephemeral and eternal, my beloved's passing and his resurrection. I am no better than Nidhogg. Consumed by love, twisted by rage, I too sought vengeance without end. Yet thou hast since renounced it, hast thou not? Yeah, really, can I get you out of there? Through millennia have I watched as time did that which I could not. As the men of Alleg perished and the works fell to ruin, leave me to think on mine own sins and solitude. What folly to despise man in his base desires, when hatred's hand so effortlessly strode me to take Ascidian reed. Then look thou on him again with eyes unclouded, and mark how he laboureth to rise above his nature, how he and Hraesvelgur's brood now raise their voices in shared songs of peace. 'Tis my dearest hope it shall prove the founding stone for a bulwark against the dark. As time delivered Allegan to its reward, so too will it prove peace true or fleeting, as I remain here apart and watch. Can I please get you out of that? Like, this is literally worse than death territory here. Chosen of Hydaelyn, it is well that thou camest to me in contemplation. But the road stretcheth ever on, and thy battle is not yet won. You still have to go to Stormblood. Perhaps there was hope for them. Perhaps this time they would learn and remember. But her part in the tale ended long ago. Within this monument to hubris would she remain until the end of days, beyond redemption. Just, yikes. No, and I'm not sure what that is off the top of my head, camper. But we're deliberately not doing treasure hunts, because screw 'em. Who's the angriest character in Final Fantasy? Cid from FF7. Oh, the Heavens Were a Treasure Dungeon. Please stop trying to move the goal post further down the line. Please? Just quit it. God damn it. So far, this one quest chain has taken us an hour and a half. That would be funny, Canada Banks. The Undying Ones were defiant, disbelieving, even as death embraced them. Then the Knights too succumbed, loyal to the last till a cause long lost. His body growing light, the Archbishop looked over to the arbiter of his fate, and knew not what he saw, and then it was over. Naught remained save the eyes. Thinking to bear them away from the covetous hands of men, Estinian took the accursed baubles, and duly bent them to his will. Only for a time. At a friend's behest they had embarked on their journey, and so, after their triumphant homecoming, and all the pomp and circumstance, there was only one way it could end. Pay respects to a friend. Oh, I don't need to know where that is. I know exactly where that is. Don't even tell me if I'm right. Don't even say it. I guess you can tell me now. No! It's been Philia! I did it! Ah, damn it! I pay respects by spitting on her corpse! Patooey, patooey! Ah, it's daytime. So, I'm gonna say this in a non-spoilery way. There's a thing you can do in Cyberpunk. Didn't have this emote. Oh my god. Hey, Lord Francel. After a character dies in Cyberpunk, spoiler, a character dies in Cyberpunk, you can keep calling their number after quests happen. And as they continue to happen, you can just keep updating them on what's going on. And keep leaving messages on their phone. It's actually extremely... like, it's great. I gave it multiple pauses by itself because it was so well done. And I mention this because of what Reggie just mentioned, the idea that we keep doing this. You know, that we periodically come back here and just kneel at the grave and say, so, I met a guy named Xenos. fast forward a little bit. So, got a guy named Selk. Fast forward a little bit. Oh yeah, he'd love it. He'd love it. For probably the only time in the entire game, I appreciate the lack of music right now. Oh yeah, we clean the shield each time. We bring oil. We're a blacksmith and a leather worker. We know how to take care of that thing. So this is going to sound really weird. I want to give what we just did a story positive, and I think 2 gameplay negatives. Hear me out. Don't hate me, okay? Now, I know what you're thinking. Lore, you're dumb and stupid. Why do you keep thinking that? God, that's so mean of you. But the reason why is because... Oh, hey, question box just went down. Like, as Lord Harrowmont was asking his question. There you go. Oh no, it's actually not even for the quest design of the quest, although they're not good. It's a whole lot of backtracking and pointlessness. But that's actually not why. It is actually for something that has nothing to do with the quest we did, and yet at the same time, everything to do with the quest we did. I didn't know that quest existed until yesterday, or the day before, whatever it was, when Valvedrix mentioned it to me. Nothing labeled that quest. Nothing. Nothing labeled the quests that were good in Az's Law. Nothing labeled the quest that was interesting and well worth time doing in the Forelands. You get it. I've been thinking about this as we've been going, and I actually think the unlabeling of quests is bad. This is effectively missed content. Unless you commit to doing all the yellow quests, you are very likely to be missing out on meat content. And that's why I'm putting this under gameplay. Because that is terrible design. Now, what I think I might actually do... Now, I'm talking myself down from 1 negative. Instead, I'm going to give it 5 negatives. 1 for each expansion. Right. Sorry, 2 expansions. 2 expansions. But no, you get what I'm saying, Rax, I think. I didn't explain it well, but yeah, I meant in total the idea that they don't mark quests like this. Because if you remember, there was good stuff in ARR, too. Oh, hey, it's a hunt. There was actually good, you know, seemingly junk quest in ARR, and there's no way to know that. No way to be aware of that. I know this technically is going to pull down ARR's score, but whatever. The silver score was kind of a temporary thing anyways. So, yeah, I'm sorry. That's not great. Yeah, if you want to actually have the junk quest, that's whatever. But please point out the good stuff. Please point out the meaningful stuff, the regional stuff, the stuff like we just did. Anyways, please forgive me. Let's go ahead and move forward towards the end of Heavensward. I'm not sure we're going to make it today. That was a good hour and 40 minutes I wasn't expecting. I did take a very short lunch break in order to accommodate, so we'll see what we can manage. We will need a group pretty soon. We're literally 2 quests from Zelphatol, for anybody who is interested in that. And then we're going to have a bit of a break, and then Belser's Wall. I'm pretty sure we'll beat Belser's Wall today. I'm pretty sure that's going to be a thing. So I host it here, Shadow, but the actual channel is Guido. That's GWYDO is the actual channel. You know, Canada Bangs, we haven't had you in a while. I'll grab you. As soon as I remember your character name. It's... Lucretia! Right, of course. I knew it. Lucretia? Did I like Fallout 4? Actually, yeah. It does a lot wrong, but I do enjoy Fallout 4 overall. It's a net positive kind of a thing. It does a lot wrong, oh my god. So, Master Runner, you have come at a most excellent time. I need to answer Lord Harriman's question. An invitation from a truly preeminent personage was delivered to the manor. Would you have been here to proceed? Anyways, Sir Aymeric de Boyle, Lord Speaker of the House of Lords, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, Viscount of House Borrell, cordially invites Master Runner to dine with him. Dude, let's frickin' go. Of course, when intervening moons afforded little opportunity for leisure, 'tis plain the Lord Commander sees no further cause for delay. I don't know why I was just saying you need to log in now, Canada Banks. We've probably got a couple hours before we get to the baseless wall. Let's do it. I don't remember Zelf at all. So we'll figure it out when we get there, I guess. So hang on. So Rax would like to be in for Belzer's Wall. I mean, it's... Let me actually walk this back. I think a lot of people want to be here for Belzer's Wall. It's a good dungeon. It's a significant dungeon. So, anyone who would like to be in for Belzer's Wall, go ahead and guess a number between 1 and 100. You can guess now because I've been rolling for it to make it 100% fair. So that's that number. There's a trial on the way. Which trial? I don't see a trial. Alright. Didn't we already do Titan Hard? Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't that like a solo duty thing? Oh, no, I know what you're talking about. I know. God, I forgot about that stupid thing. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I'll just level 90 it. I'll just get on my Reaper and go wham! Actually, probably my Dancer. Alright, so. Let's go talk to Aymeric. I hope I'm got... Wait, hang on. Which outfit should I wear for my date with Aymeric? Which class? You've kind of seen all of them at this point. You've seen all of my glamours. So I've got Dragoon, Monk... Gunbreaker, which I actually don't pick Gunbreaker, I'm saving that. Samurai, which we'll see a lot of in Stormblood. Red Mage, Summoner, Paladin, Dark Knight, Black Mage, Warrior, Ninja, Bard, Scholar, White Mage, Sage, and of course, Dragoon. Crafter gear, yeah, sure, okay. I'm here for my dinner date. Or, I'm here for my dinner date. Paladin. I like the idea of Paladin. Hang on. That means I'm going to have to do this, and then this, and then this, and then this. Nope, wrong one. There we go. Let's do it. Let's do it. I have the honor and privilege of serving as head steward of House Borrell. Although admittedly our staff is smaller than other noble houses, being countable on one hand. My lord will be overjoyed you have accepted his invitation. As you see, we've spared no expense. I dare say a man of action such as yourself enjoys nary a moment's respite. Aye, the battlefield beckons even now, I am sure. But for this day we bid you lay down your burdens and raise a glass to peace and prosperity. Yeah, no, that was a good pick. Which is funny, because he's in his plain clothes, and I'm in my armor. That's funny. I should have worn my gatherer gear. Whatever. Listen, Aymeric. I was just wondering. Will you marry me? Well, that'd be a power couple.
To think the Moogles would prove such harsh taskmasters.
Oh my god.
Forgive me. I did not know you had suffered so in your quest for the horn.
Please, Aymeric, I'm still not recovered.
I must say, your spirited accounts always come as a welcome change from the arid reports which fill my days.
No wine for me, thanks. I don't drink. I'm sorry, I'm just amused that my character doesn't, just like I don't. Everyone else does. You pay attention to that? Tataru drinks, Alphino drinks, Ishtolos drinks, Thancred drinks. Yeah, exactly, Kata. Uh-oh, speaking of which... Da-na-na-na! Nah, it's just tea, probably. Isn't Alphino like... Man, I don't know. Does anybody care about drinking age in this setting? I like how we're just staring at the person pouring stuff into the drinks.
My entire life. To hear you speak of them, there is much and more I have yet to see. Truly, yours was a marvelous journey.
Why not join me on the next? As my one true... No, I can never replace Oshifal.
Well, truth be told, when I think back on the sweeping vistas of the churning mists, I do feel some slight pangs of wanderlust.
I mean, did you notice our character's eyes were actually going wide? Like, oh my god, what's he doing? I'm not making that up. He actually was.
As much as I would like to accept your invitation, I fear my present duties with the House of Lords demand my undivided attention. Someday, perhaps. By your deeds, you have helped us to lay the foundation for lasting reform. The formation of the Republic is but the beginning, for it is not only our system of governance which must needs change. We, the people, must learn to let go of our hatreds and rise above our bloody past. I only pray that I live long enough to see us achieve some measure of success, that I might know the lost did not die in vain. I can still see you there on the steps of faith, striding fearlessly towards the worm.
Walking.
If you could do that, who are we to balk at the challenges ahead?
Death walking.
The question of how best to strengthen ties with the other great nations of Eorzea has been debated at length in the Lords and Commons of late. As you may imagine, maintaining stability during this period of historic upheaval is our paramount concern. Nevertheless, we are greatly indebted to the Alliance for their support during the Grand Melee, and it would be remiss of us not to repay their faith in kind. Of course, we owe you the greatest debt of all, and it is my hope that in extending our support to you and the Scions, we might also express our gratitude to our neighbors, nay, our fellow Eorzeans, whom we pray you will continue to protect. The Lords and Commons agree on very little, but not a soul in either house begrudges your order this offer of patronage. For all you have done and will do, we thank you.
And poison. Looks like the group is going to be Kata, Rai, and Rax. Although, did you get your account settled away, Rai?
May I ask a personal question?
Yes, I will have sex with you.
Now that the dust has settled, what will you do? Not as a scion, I mean, but what do you want for yourself?
I feel like I just answered that question.
Lord Commander, pray forgive the interruption.
I've got a stupid dungeon for you to go to. Speaking of which, I need volunteers to sacrifice themselves to Zelfatol, which is... I just looked at which dungeon it is, and yeah, this is a much less interesting dungeon.
An urgent message for the Warrior of Light. I was instructed to deliver it without delay. Master Thancred returned to the manor a short time ago, bearing an injured maiden. Master Leveilleur and Mistress Tataru are tending to her wounds, but they like not her chances. Respectfully, my lord, they have requested the Warrior of Light's immediate presence.
You must go to them, my friend. And I shall go with you.
See, it's easy to make that joke in this game, Tara, because I don't actually have any attraction to anybody in this game. So you know it's always a joke. Now, if Gates McFadden was in this game, we'd have to have some words.
For every ending marks a new beginning.
So it looks like we'll bring Zira, Zed, and Mr. Red. That sounds like a good party.
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn. As did he.
Honestly, that coat looks good on him, though. On Amric.
Only to be drawn unto another battlefield, another cause, as if by fate.
Listen, Mr. Red, every ending. Oh yeah, so I can be whatever for this. I'm officially at whatever. So, here, let me actually, we grab everyone. So that's Zira. Come on, there we go. Zira, Zed, Red. I can be whatever, so I'll let you decide what you want to be. This is such a weird segue. Here's dinner with Amaric, and then we go to a dungeon. Having to do with Garuda and the Ixal. But on the plus side, there's Alize. Finally, by the way, 3.4. Last time we saw her was in Coils. Really, think about that.
Alize, Alphinaud's twin sister. She ran afoul of the Warriors of Darkness.
Still haven't named him.
I had been tracking them since the ceremony at Falcon's Nest. Little did I know I was not the only one. Evidently, she had learned of their activities and attempted to shadow them on her own. Poorly.
Well, yeah, right now she's a scholar.
I rescued her in the Twelveswood, and together we fled north. But though I made every effort to cover our tracks, they caught up with us on the Ishgardian border. And in the ensuing struggle, Alize took an arrow to the shoulder. 'Twas only after we had made good our escape that I realized it was poisoned.
Nice folk, these Warrior Darkness.
Thank you for coming so quickly. And you, Sir Emmerich.
Think nothing of it. How is she?
We have done all we can for now. Although the immediate danger has passed, the poison yet lingers in her blood. We came to Eorzea together, hoping to bring salvation to the realm our grandfather gave his life to protect.
I'm sorry, I'm amused by this because I imagine a lot of normal players are looking at this like, who the heck is this girl? Please remember that if you didn't do Coils, the last time you saw her was before we went to the Castra Meridianum. Like, that's how far back it's been since she showed up on camera. I'm gonna do things my own way. And then, you know, a couple years pass. Hey!
But when confronted with the bitter realities of its politics and its petty powermongers, she was driven to anger and to doubt. She refused to become embroiled in what she termed Eorzea's squabbles and distance herself from the Scions. Though she remained hopeful of a brighter future, she would walk her own path. Would that it had not been so perilous. For all our differences, she's as dedicated as any Scion to the salvation of Eorzea. But more than that, she is my sister. To be reunited with her, only to lose her forever. Gods, even to speak the words.
Take heart, Master Alphinaud. She will be attended by our most skilled chirurgeons. Bear Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary at once. Apprise Captain Whitecape of the situation, and inform him that she is to be treated as my personal charge.
Oh yeah, I actually looked it up. Surgeon is in fact a valid pronunciation of that word. So I'm going to keep calling it surgeon, if that's okay with everyone.
Alphino, is the Warrior of Light, is he with you? Don't go, there is something I must say.
You've got to go do a dumb dungeon about Garuda for some reason.
The Warriors of Darkness are in league with the Ascians. Slaughtering the Primals is but the first step in their plan. They make for Zelvatol to bring about Garuda's summoning.
No.
To kill her.
See? I wasn't joking.
You must stop them.
Okay. Now please rest. Where's the frickin' people gonna... Do I have to carry her myself to the surgeon?
I shall inform the others at once.
Actually, yes, Brigwin.
I would ask that you accompany Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary. Your knowledge of her injuries may well prove useful in determining her treatment.
Of course.
It's poison. Debilitating, obviously, based on the presentation. Alright, so... Oh, there we go. However much we may change or grow apart, some bonds are unbreakable. Though the fates afford us little time to share our long-delayed drink, 'twould seem the rest of my wine cellar will have to wait. As I am constantly reminded, there's no rest for the righteous. Yeah. Surely they won't... Yes, I know. We must trust in Captain Whitecape. Did they not bring Estinian back from the very brink of death? I am uncomfortably reminded of how he mocked me for praying at his bedside for days on end. Oh, let's turn our matter to a conclusion whose power we have yet to influence. Let's do it! Let's do the dumb dungeon for no reason, Patty. No, this dungeon does have a narrative purpose. It's just, I don't remember this one fondly because pugs suck at it. So we'll see how good it is upon actual analysis. But this is a dungeon where I tend to be like, wipe fest, whenever I get it in the queue. Yep, I will go there. I will, in fact, go to this place. Do not fear. Given Ishgard shares a border with the Ixali, we have a vested interest in the outcome. We've been willing to suffer the Beastman's intrusion into Kurthan lands to a point, but the summoning of a primal is an escalation we cannot abide. You will have our fastest airship. The gesture is most appreciated, but I fear an aerial approach is destined to fail. Experience tells me the only conceivable approach is by land. We must go to Camp Dragonhead. In that case, knights will be there. Yeah, thanks, I guess. The event if Mistress Alizé regains consciousness, we will share with you additional information. Fury watch over you. Sure. Alright, to Dragonhead. We need supplies, aka I need to get a Zed, a Red, and a Zir. Not sure where I'm going to find those things at this time of day, but you know what? I don't know, maybe there's like a late-night petrol station? Get a sack of charcoal. Are you serious? Are we all barding this up? Alright, here we go. Let's do it. Hang on, where's Bard? That's not Bard. There we go. Bard party! Let's do it! Let's do it! All bards! Mr. Red doesn't have Bard. For those of you who can't see, Mr. Red is currently an archer. Mr. Red, you've brought shame to Bard House. What is that scythe? My goodness. I have every right to make fun of you, sir. But not because of the Bard thing. It's entirely because of, Shoot, I forget. Oh, right, the fact that you refuse to level your warrior. There we go, that's it. If only you would level your warrior. Then all fun-making would be removed. There would be no fun to be had. No, nay, not one. Yep, you will go the other way, and I will go do the dungeon, like I always... Okay, for real, what's everyone being? Because we're here. We're here, let's do it. Okay, we've got a DPS. And a tank. And we got a healer. Alright, let's do it. Let's totally do it. Let's bard it up for absolutely no reason. That amuses me too much. Alright, let's do it. Zelphatal. There's Zelphatal. Boom. So, New Vegas has a substantially better story than Fallout 4, in every way. But you also asked earlier, which one would I rather review? And the answer is, of course, both. Like, I very much do want to review all the Fallouts, except for 1 and 2. Screw those games. Yeah, this one. Again, it's probably not as bad as I remember. Listen, don't turn on tanks... Okay, never mind. You shouldn't actually do that. Don't listen to me trolling. Go ahead and be a good tank. Like I said, I have bad memories of this place almost entirely because of pugs. Oh, right. Changed my rotation on this. I remember now. Good so far. Is that a thing? We actually did answer that earlier, Pika. The consensus was no in spirit, but yes by the letter of the law. So whether you value the spirit or the letter more answers your question for you. Then you're dumb, Reggie! Whoop. Where's my jump back? Like, there it is! Why is that not on 9 like it should? Actually... Oh, right, I moved everything around. Right, that's why it's there. Okay. Anyways, we'll go and do some questions. This is a good time for questions. Did I think the Warrior of Light thought Alphino's plan would work, or was he just along for the ride? No, I think we thought it would work. I think it was... I should probably put... You can always tell the classes I don't care about because they don't have limit break on my bar. No offense to Bard, I started liking it more at 60. It's just, you know... Bard. Nobody actually likes Bard. Now I can do this. Whee! Fallout New Vegas is a very buggy, very flawed game, but there's a lot of good content. That's right, we have no good limit break in this group, do we? Listen, Zero. All I'm saying is I'm curious what bards are going to be like at 70 and 80. Boss number 1. Floaty guy. Alright, here's what he's gonna do. I have no idea. Let's do it. here. Yep. You like these kind of invuln phases, right? Because I love them, personally. An entire phase where a boss is just straight up invincible. I make fun, but there's valid reasons to pull this kind of mechanics. It's just, I tend to not be in favor of paling bosses. I never have been, and honestly, I probably never will be. Whee! Maybe and no, respectively, Pika. I would actually veto Witcher 2 outright. I don't think I've seen an eternal paling boss, but I'm probably wrong. There's probably one somewhere. I don't know how much less damage than Zero I'm doing. It's probably a lot. If only I was running a plugin that told me those things. Not that I would ever do that. Yeah, Witcher 2 honestly can go to hell. There's a value in reviewing bad games, but Witcher 2 can just go to hell. Oh, fuck time. And he goes invincible. Of course he does. Like, Witcher 1 has some flaws to it, but at its core, it's a decent game. It's not great, you know, whatever. It's a Neverwinter Nights 1 clone, what do you want? Die, you little pissant. Have you never played Witcher 1? Yeah. Like, it adds a mechanic. One mechanic, which is when you click while you're attacking, but it's Neverwinter Nights 1. Same engine and everything. It makes sense, it's a very malleable engine. There's a reason people still make mods and campaigns for that engine to this very day. So. But anyways, alright, so questions. Let's see here. Questions. Do I think it's a good idea to make tanks work for the threat, or just generate it effortlessly? So I've actually had a lot of complicated thoughts about that over the years, but with a lot of... That's mostly Zed-Slayer's response. So Zed-Slayer, if you want to respond to Mr. Red, go for it. With a lot of thought and analysis of years of MMOs in practice, making a tank fight for aggro is bad, to put it bluntly. A tank should not have to fight for aggro. A tank should have aggro by virtue of being a tank. And that has been proven true in every MMO. Every time they try to... Yeah, exactly, Roximus. Every time some MMO tries to experiment with, you know, threat generation, or making that a whole mechanic, or reducing the amount of thing, it's bad. And it has turned out bad every single time. Most MMOs, including the one I'm playing right now, tend to focus more on live, trying to design the gameplay around surviving and living, and, you know, successfully balancing stuff out, rather than trying to focus on holding aggro. Lol, loner. Oh my god, Valvatrix, that's horrible. Anyways, hang on, so let's see. Questions. Delete. Okay. The most well-designed mount that I hate. I mean, there's the Fat Chocobo. Oh, I've never played it, Pika, so I have no idea. Let me think. What's a really bad amount I hate in this game that is really well designed? Maybe the one where the balloons, the bombs, are holding, like, the chair you're sitting in. Or maybe the car from FF15. Listen, you can't blame them for not understanding that AoEs exist. They mained a Dragoon. Not making fun of Dragoons. Making fun of Square. 1 AoE at 60, not counting cooldowns. 1. Fix it! God, it totally does, that Slayer. You're right. Alright, questions. Oh, you already asked that. Worst... I already answered that one, too. Do I like Fallout 4? I answered that one. What's a net positive game that was a detriment to its creators, developers, and publishers? Oh my god, Dark Knight doesn't get a second till 72? What the crap hell? Anyways, okay, so I'm trying to think of it because there's been several creatively lauded games that have been financial doom for the people who made them, and I'm trying to think of a really good example of that, and I'm just floundering for some reason. Help me out here. What's a creatively good game that financially bombed and ended up ruining the company? Because I know that's happened. I could mention Earthbound, but that doesn't actually count. That's true, Tyranny did bomb, and it really shouldn't have. Tyranny was a legit game. That's an interesting axe. Yeah, actually, as much as I love Reapers, and I do, Reapers kind of suck before 70. Straight up at 70, too. That's when they get good. Whoops, I apparently aimed really badly there. I was even thinking about it, like, alright, gotta be here. That's true, Reggie. You're... Whoop, 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 whoop. You are correct. Okay, well, I got it nice and far away. I did my due diligence. This. Really? Me again? What? Okay. What the hell was that? Ooh, that's a good example, Rye. You're right. Actually, okay, I'm gonna go really against the grain here. You ready for this? Here's a game that I consider to be a good game that sold very poorly and caused a great deal of issues for the studio in question. Star Fox Adventures. Now, before you shoot me and call me stupid, I will mention it's not a perfectly amazing game, and it certainly has a lot of issues. But I actually had fun with that game. It was a competent Zelda clone. Kind of average in overall quality. But it bombed so hard, it caused a lot of financial issues for that studio. There we go. Oh, Zira, you were too good for this world. You were a bard. This world doesn't deserve bards. Yeah, exactly, Rox. It's a shame, because, I mean, again, that game does absolutely have its issues. Not the least of which being the fact that there's really bad backtracking. You get to a certain point in Star Fox Adventures, and then it's like, hey, go do everything you just did all over again to get pickups that you didn't see last time, and it's like, really? And let's be clear, that part of the game sucks. But for the most part, it's like, yeah, okay, I'm with this. I know, that's not high praise, but whatever. You didn't hire me to lie, and even if you did, you'd be disappointed because I'm not a good liar. And yeah, it pretty much directly led to Rare's purchase, and let's call it what it is, the destruction of Rare as a company. Like, Rare, you know... if you're thinking about the Banjo game I can't even remember the name of right now. What's wrong about it? Keep doing that. STO did actually destroy its original developer. Yeah, Nuts and Bolts, that was the one. Thank you. But let's be clear, Star Fox Adventure is what really got that ball rolling. So I stand by my statement. Don't we, like, set up a thing and it's like, yeah, here we go. Wind! Yay, wind! Wind! Oh my god, don't look down, don't look down. Okay, we're okay, we're okay. Okay, we're okay. Questions. Let's see here. Game that suffered the most due to its art style. Now, that's obviously going to come down to a matter of opinion, but I think what you're asking is a game that, you know, had the most issues because of its art style. Not a game that I personally dislike most because of its art style, because in that case it would just be Cuphead. So let's see, a game that received a very negative reception as a direct result of its art style. I mean, Wind Waker is the very obvious choice there. For those of you who don't remember, Wind Waker actually didn't do particularly well at launch. And it, in many parts, it was specifically because of the fact that it looked like Wind Waker. Come on, there we go. Speaking of the dungeon we're doing, I kind of get what they're going for, but is it just me or does this feel a little bit needlessly tedious? Is that just me? Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, Kata? Whoops, there's stone. It's tediously needious. I just... It's okay, we're almost done. Because, you know, there's the boss. And honestly, I'm not super impressed. I think, as of this moment, I'm probably going to give this dungeon a wash and just call it blank. Just be like, yep, it's a dungeon. See, by memory, I can think of other dungeons, like, say, the one at the end of Stormblood, which do this whole invading enemy capital thing a bit better. But granted, Stormblood had much better dungeon design in general, so that's kind of unfair. Thanks, Rax. I needed that. Let's see here. Questions. When your character was... Oh, no, hang on. Sorry. What mechanic in any game do you think is a positive that the majority of people dislike? If you pay attention to the internet, proper difficulty options. Think about it. I can't wait to bring up that point when we review Elden Ring and have everyone yell at me. It's something like... Something along those lines, probably. Exactly, Lona. Okay. Divine Pulse. Divine Pulse is a great mechanic. What the hell are they smoking? Jesus. That's actually more insulting than the example I just gave. Oh, sorry, Loner. Proper difficulty options. Uh-oh, he's summoning Garuda. Also, not having to do random encounters in, like, the latest Pokemon games. While we're on the subject. When I say level scaling was bad in Oblivion. It is literally the worst level scaling that has ever been in a video game, Pika. That's not an exaggeration. At least of the stuff I've covered. There might be a game out there somewhere that's worse. I don't know. Even Final Fantasy Tactics isn't as bad as Oblivion. It's pretty bad. But, yeah. Yeah, Oblivion is literally just screw you over if you don't know what you're doing bad. It is easy to effortlessly screw over your entire playthrough of Oblivion if you aren't aware of what you're doing. It's much harder to actually build yourself into a corner, as in to literally soft lock yourself. It is actually possible. It takes a lot of work. Alright, we killed the Ixals. I agree, Mr. Red. That fight was good enough to give the dungeon a wash. Decision made. And thank you all for joining me as always. Good job. Gotta get out of here before someone loots it.
Thank the gods! What happened? So they were unable to see the ritual to its completion. Then Garuda is no longer a threat, and whatever the Ascians and the Warriors of Darkness were planning has come to naught. But we should not tarry. The knights have secured our path to safety.
Oh, I was sucking at being a bard. I kept screwing up, letting my dots drop, forgetting where my song was, because I keep forgetting to make the song bigger.
Well, well. What do we have here?
Whoop. God damn it. World of Warcraft, Pika.
You!
Wait, I know you. Still walking, I see. I could have sworn my aim was true.
Just what is your game?
leading us a long way so these fools could step in and claim our prize?
Who is that extremely mysterious person? What could that person possibly be? It's Urianger. It's Urianger. It's Urianger. Nobody in the universe thinks that's not Urianger. I thought that the first time I saw him.
No. Let's not make hasty accusations. By the look of things, the ritual was proceeding as planned. We arrived at the appointed hour. 'Twas they who erred.
It is hopeless. We cannot face them all.
Do mine ears deceive? A boy! So that's the way of it. Twins! You had me worried for a moment there.
It does kind of irritate me how we're evil these come along. Across as.
Know that I will happily make it quicker for you. If you just stand still.
Seriously, stop being so we're evil, mwahaha.
Enough, Jarumul. We wouldn't want to upset the man in white with any unnecessary bloodshed now, would we?
We're okay with unnecessary bloodshed, but Elidibus doesn't want it. Like, you're catching this, right? They're really going out of their way to try and make them sound more evil than they are. Damn it, I keep forgetting to answer Lord Hermon's question.
You've been awfully busy since we were kind enough to spare your lives.
Go to hell.
While you were idly consorting with the Asians, you mean? 7 hells! What could you possibly hope to achieve?
Should I explain it to you? Very well. Consider it a reward of sorts for beating us here. You know the tale of Hydaelyn and Zodiac, I take it? Of the Great Sundering and the reflections it created?
Uh-huh.
Across 10 and 3 they were divided. Reflections of the source, each possessed of shards of light and dark.
Just so. One of those reflections, the one nearest to the source, is our home. And we were the heroes blessed with her light.
Oh, the first? I've heard of that place.
But not all worlds hold light and dark in equal measure. In ours, the power of light was greater by far. So the Asians, who once threatened our home, were no match. And they fell before us, one after another, till none were left. Victory, we thought. And then came the light. A flood of pure, blinding radiance, annihilating shadow and color and life itself. Ere long, it will consume our world, leaving naught in its wake but blank perfection.
To explain very briefly, we've actually seen before what happens when ether becomes too aspected. I've actually shown it off many times. You know, the coils showed off fire aspected ether. We see it in Kurthus, all the fire aspected ether that's all crystallized. Anytime any particular form of ether comes way too out of balance and way too much, it just turns into solid fire, solid ice, solid whatever, right? So, what they're describing is solid light.
That cannot be. Do you honestly expect us to believe such a story?
Believe what you like. But it has happened before, on a world far removed from ours. The 13th, which was swallowed by the dark and transformed into what you call the Void.
Fresh reminder, not only have we been there before, that's where all the Void scent come from.
Unchallenged light would condemn us to a similar fate. And so we joined hands with our former enemies, and with their aid came here, to the source. For there is but one way to restore the balance and save our home. The Ardor. Calamitous destruction with the power to break down the barriers between planes and see our worlds rejoined.
You would doom our world to save your own? What would even become of us? Of you?
Enough. I tire of talking. You know our cause. You know what is at stake. We are prepared to do whatever it takes. Are you?
That's a weird warrior ability. Why don't I have that ability? Oh, hi, Urianger.
If there is aught you would say, say it. Otherwise, begone. You have no friends here.
Oh yeah, I can stop being the worst class in the game. There we go. All things considered, we should be grateful. You think it to be true that to save their world they must bring ruin to ours? Anyways. No. Yes to all that. Forgive me, it's neither the time nor place. The knights can apprise Lord Edmond. Importantly, I want to see if Alize is doing better. Somebody went disband. Just because of how much I hate bards. It's just, that's what it is. It's just, oh god, I hate them. I hate them! I can't teleport there. Damn it. Ten quests to the wall. Not sure we'll make it. We'll see. I might hurry a little bit. Try to make it today. So, I'm going to read at my pace for a little bit. Don't worry, I will summarize as always. Alize has regained Alize's fine. Tataru's fine. Alize's changed outfits, finally.
Alize, how are you feeling?
Well enough, brother. Thanks to the kindness of our hosts. When they told me you had departed for Zelfatol, I found that I could rest. The outcome seemed a mere formality, as did your safe return. Thank you, my friend.
I take it your mission was a success.
As if we needed any further confirmation that they are in league with the Ascians. But to save another world? I think not.
I too thought his story fanciful at first. But it is possible there may be a kernel of truth in all of this. At the very least, none of his claims contradict the word's account.
You were following these people, Alize. Why?
During my travels, I had oft enjoyed tales of the Scions and their exploits. But after a time, I began to hear whispers of a gifted and theretofore unknown band of adventurers. Adventurers who had supposedly sworn to travel the realm slaying primals in the Scion's stead.
The Warriors of Darkness. And in the course of investigating these rumors, you stumbled upon the Ascians' involvement.
Yes, exactly.
Forgive me, but if these Warriors of Darkness mean to bring about another calamity, to what end do they hunt primals?
To prompt an escalation. To deepen the beast tribe's feelings of helplessness and despair, and thereby drive them to summon ever more powerful gods. And lest we forget, these events do not occur in isolation. With their patron deities being slain left and right, the news of man's victory over Nidhogg must surely have sown panic in the minds of the beastmen. 'Tis no wonder they wish to defend themselves.
Power answered with greater power. Death with more death. A vicious cycle fueled by fear and hatred. I know it's like all too well.
Indeed. The Ascians sow discord and desperation, and the warriors of darkness reap the harvest. And so it continues. Yet that is not the extent of their ambitions. The Ascian himself observed that once the powerless realize that the old gods have failed them, they will have little recourse but to look to a new one.
We cannot let that happen.
It should come as no surprise, but Alizé and I have uncovered evidence that the Ascians have been manipulating certain parties to ensure that a constant stream of crystals flows into the hands of the beast tribes. If we sever these supply lines, we should at least be able to slow the escalation.
Agreed. Kral and I shall journey to Zelphatol and learn what we can of the Ixal's source.
Then I, for my part, pledge to lead a similar investigation into the origin of the Nath supply.
Sir Emmerich?
As a member of the Eorzean Alliance, Ishgard is honor bound to play an active role in maintaining the security of the realm. You might also say that I have some personal motivation, given the Ascians' dealings with my father. However, I make no secret of the fact that my knowledge of primal beings is scant at best. As such, I should be most grateful if one of your order were to assist me.
Allow me, Sir Emmerich. I have dealt with the Nath before.
I was gonna go. I'm the only one he can look at eye to eye.
Let us consult with Orianja then. Given his dedication to the study of primal beings, I should be surprised if he could not tell us something of value.
Allow me to accompany you, brother. And before you think to refuse, know that I am not the girl I once was. I shall not be a burden.
But Alizé, you... You are more than welcome. After all, it was you who set us upon this path.
Wait a minute. I'm afraid I can't allow you to leave just yet. Not until you try on the new outfit I prepared for you.
Damn it, Tataru. Stop being so awesome. Alright, let's see Alizé's new outfit. We have not gotten ours yet, no. I have it, but, you know. To think the three of it... Coils! Hey, we did coils! We acknowledge that we did coils. New outfit. Much better. As usual, Tataru has better fashion sense than, you know, a blind monkey, so... That's not appropriate for the snow, but, you know, whatever. Okay, I'm gonna read that one out loud. Ahem. Tataru never ceases to impress, though for a moment I feared she might furnish you with identical outfit. Oh, praise the 12, she did not. Mother and father were rather too fond of making us wear matching clothes. You remember that time at the studio when the girl of yours crept behind me in the halls and whispered, Sister, please, she was not my... Can we not have this conversation in front of the Warrior of Light? So be it. Another time, perhaps. I'll be honest, I wasn't planning to seek you out just yet. But, you know, let's do this. I meaning to ask about the carriage. Ah, yes, the carriage that so fortuitously arrived to spirits away from Ul'dah after the banquet. The driver informed me I had my sister to thank. How'd you know to send help? Oh, drunken brass blades are even less discreet than sober ones. Unfortunately, by the time I learned of the plot, I was too late to do anything more. Frankly, I'm amazed Brent managed to find you. New garments outside. I see. You seem more resolute. You seem like you're an actual character now that you've actually rejoined the narrative. Well, yeah. I'm here because I would regret it if I didn't. Okay, well, let's go to the Waking Sands. No! No! Thank you, Alex, very much. We're going to the Waking Sands. There is no God. There is no joy. There is only the Waking Sands. $600 gil. Jesus Christ. I am amazed that I'm net positiving on gil throughout this run. It's really minor. It's like 30,000 or so, but I am barely net positiving given how much I'm warping around all the time. So obviously something's wrong. Question, we're on two sides of a coin. Yep, that's where I thought we were. Alright, Oriange. We need to have a chat. Yeah, Waking Sands. So, some MMOs that have housing, they have a concept called an apartment, which is so named for the first game to do that. The idea is it's free. It is the house you get if you don't have money, but you go ahead and, you know, it's there so that you can have access to the housing content, right? It's really small. Usually only has like one bank chest and like 2 hooks to put cosmetics on, and that's kind of it. But it's there so you can have a house. And here we go. The Waking Sands should totally be the apartment of FF14. So, Oriange's like, yo! Let's explain about the Warriors of Darkness. Oh yes, pray tell me about the Warriors of Darkness that I have never heard of before. I will, at least in the interest of fairness, mention that he never actually talked during the previous cutscene. Oriange did, so. Yep, so recap. A Golmaro stirs. Yeah, this quest. So, Titan. Apparently apartments do exist in this game. I legitimately didn't know that was a thing. Oriange, is there something else you want to say? Elise? If not, then never mind. I only ask because you're normally rather more verbose. Nothing to add. Very well. I wish to make a request. The Warriors of Darkness spoke how the Ardor had the power to break down barrier between planes. So, do that for us. There's a tome. Garun Oracles. Maybe we could start there. Also super suspicious. Super sus. Why'd I leave? I'm not actually joking, by the way. The first time I saw Oriange, I was like, oh, dude, it's Oriange. Now, I remember, because remember, I hadn't been that long. So, I had seen his dun-dun-dun, I'm super just betraying you thing. And B, the beard is pretty much identical. Now, I know that's not much to go on, but it was just my first thought. And lo and behold, I was right. Oh yeah, spoilers, that's Oriange. Sorry. Spoilers. I'm not going to read that one out loud. There are so many more Moogle quests, you have no idea. Yeah, this is actually going down to something we've talked about before. I'm not making fun of how obvious they make that it's Oriange. It's more along the lines of, this is a specific form of tension. The audience knows, the characters don't. I talk about the forms of tension and the forms of mystery and horror, or whatever you want to call it, a lot, because it's very, very important. There's we know and they don't. There's they know and we don't. There's we both know, and there's we both don't know. And all 4 of these have their own approach and purpose when it comes to narrative tropes. The classic example is, here's people sitting down at the table. La 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 la. It explodes and they die. Neither the characters nor us knew there was a bomb under the table. It's a big shocking moment. If, however, before we sit down at the table, we see someone go and lay a bomb beneath the table, then they sit and start eating, then We know there's a bomb. They don't. We're sitting here freaking out like, oh my god, get away from the table, get away from the table. They both die. If they know but we don't, then this analogy doesn't work anymore. But you get how this change in context can change scenes. So again, with Urian J, we know they don't. So anyways, to the Kobold camp to fight Titan. Yay. I should actually probably change classes to Dancer. Kick him in his stupid, ugly, stupid, dumb, stupid, ugly Moogle face. I'm just going to start using Moogle as an insult. It's going to be a thing now. Well, that was strange. Mr. Kobold. Mr. Kobold, come back, or I'll kill you. Stay away. Back. I'm not a... It's no use. Pointless, hopeless, no use. No Gabu. I mean, I don't know who you are. Yep, Xenos is a total Moogle. Please don't hurt me. I only wish to talk. Yes, just talk. Please stop being afraid and running away from me or I'll kill you. I'll kill you so hard. You will die in a fire. Endless screaming shall be the song that sings you to sleep every night if you don't stop running from me. Stupid plan. Stupid, stupid, stupid. But if I tell no one, everyone will... Ah, he found me again. What to do, what to do, what to do. Hi. I come in peace, wish to talk, speak, say, talk. Please don't hurt me. So this is our wily kobold infiltrator. No wonder the soldiers were on edge. He could very well give one a bruised knee. That's all, we found him. Good work, Scions. So, you thought you could sneak into my camp, plotting to steal my crystals, were you? No, came to talk, ask for help. But when your soldiers saw me, they drew their weapons and shouted. Now, let's all take a deep breath, discuss this like civilized individuals. What's your name, child? Pickman Gabu of the 620th Order. At least I will be a Pickman one day. Well met, Gabu. I'm Alphino. This is Alize. Lore, the man who found you, is our friend. He's also death walking. He just killed Nidhogg with both his eyes. Now, you know our names. We can be friends too. Now, Commander Bleodin here thinks you want to take his crystals, but you said you came to help. Why not ask him, why to us? Why not your own people? What happened? Can you tell us? No one's gonna hurt you, okay? Not while we're here. I promise. Never say that. Patriarch's gonna summon the Great Father again. You have to stop him. Beat him. Fight him. Stop him. Gabu's parents said they didn't want it, along with the others, but the Patriarch wouldn't listen. He was so angry. Raging, fuming, angry. He said they didn't have iron in our hearts. He would serve as coke for the furnace. And the guards took my parents the other way, and I haven't seen them since. Coke for the furnace? Yeah, fuel. I don't want to believe it, but I've heard tales of foci fashioned from the bones of beastmen which worshippers use in their rituals, hoping to summon more powerful incarnations of their gods. 12, that's sickening. Yeah. No one listens to Gabu, no matter how much he cries, please, begs, cries. They do not listen, only talk about punishing the overdwellers and praising the Great Father. Gabu loves Great Father, but he loves parents too, so please help. Please help Gabu stop the Patriarch and save his parents. Commander, go do stuff. Okay. It's only the only beast tribe chain I've actually enjoyed was the fairy one in Shadow. I have faith we may yet stop the ritual. We would surely have detected the associated etheric disturbance had Titan manifested already. So, sacrificing people to be evil. Everything's awful. Everything is awful. I heard Great Father Titan loves crystals, cherishes, covets, loves them. If we gather enough, he'll return. That's why the Patriarch told everyone to go forth and gather them. So if we take the crystals away, maybe he won't come? Very good. I was thinking the same thing. Do you know where they're stored? I know. Several spots. I'd go, but I'm too scared to go. But together we can take them. Come. I'll lead you to the first cache. Oh, primals are the worst. Oftentimes there's a single concept that exists within a particular fictional setting, which is just horrific. You know, indoctrination in Mass Effect, for example. Just name one example. In this setting, it's primals. Primals are just awful. And there's no way to just remove... You can't, like, genocide the primals. Yeah, we haven't even seen the burn yet. I remember the first... I'm going to share this story when we get there. The first time I saw the burn, I actually just put my hands off the controls for just a second and just sat here like, oh my god. The warp. The warp is it for Warhammer 40k. And you might think, oh, because it's a dangerous place, huh? No. No, the warp is so much worse than that. Listen, if the price to pay for saving our world is genociding all the beast tribes, and all the people, and all the everything... Shoot. Brother, it's just that... What? Alpha, no. I'm quite certain the crate bore Ishgardian seals. Someone took great pains to remove all traces, but enough remains to make up the pattern. I struggle to imagine kobolds traveling to Kurthus to obtain crystals, much less bothering to conceal their origins. I suspect the crystals were smuggled into Vilbrin by another party, most likely pawns of the Ascians, as Thancred speculated. I don't understand. Who are Ascians? Do they worship Great Father Titan too? Don't worry about that, Gabu. Yes, of course. Gabu helps. Very large, very huge, very large. Yeah, plot thickens, as they say. And yeah, the only way to genocide the primals out of being a problem is to literally wipe out all sentient and sapient life. A true genocide, if you were. And, yeah, that ain't cool. It is essentially the Garlemald goal. No, really. Found it. What about you, Lore? Any luck? Nothing. But this cannot be. Gabu saw them. Spotted, saw. Think, brother. Why would they move them? The question is where and why. Within a Gomorrah. They must be using them to summon Titan. What about Mother and Father? We have to help them. And we will. Stay calm. We still have time. They have yet to call for the remaining crates. Yes, if they had, they would have sounded the other cache. They would have found the other caches empty and sounded the alarm. So, we gotta go prevent Titan summoning. Let's go! Let's go! Got it. You go let the Maelstrom know what's going on. We will help Gabu save his parents. Her parents? I actually don't remember. I think it's a he. Yeah, I think your parents are on a farm, Gabu. And now you can't visit. It's a very, very long ways away. Sorry about that. But they're very happy there. Oh, right. I hate this part of this dungeon. I run into this several times, too, because there's a lot of fates and a lot of quests that go through, so you gotta go all the way around in order to reach the spot. I mean, I would, Tim. Okay, as soon as Alpha will rise, I trust you're feeling suitably heroic. Yeah, I got this. Level 90 Dancer. Oh, jeez, that sounds awful, Reggie. Quickly, you clods, briskly, swiftly, quickly. I will not suffer further delays. We must summon our god and then die. Well, worse than die. Lay down your arms and surrender. We have your crystals. There will be no summoning this day. Oh, Jesus, Rex. $4 here, but how did you... Where are my parents, Patriarch? Where are they? So, have you ever been young? You probably have at some point. Can you imagine just seeing your parents brutally butchered right in front of you while you're young? Mother? Father? Coke for furnace, you monster. How could you? We are but servants of the Lords of Crag. We are his, that he may drink of our blood and partake of our flesh, that he might draw on the strength of his children to defend them from the tyranny of the overdwellers. I don't really say not yet. Besides, that's his job. Also, we should probably kill this person now. But, you know. Anyways, I understand your anger, your fear, your hate. You would do anything to protect your people, anything to deliver them from despair. Whatever it takes to ensure those who threaten you can never do so again. But in your single-minded pursuit of this objective, you have brought suffering on your kith and your kin. You have sacrificed the lives of the very people you sought to protect. Website is, as always, the answer to your question, Nerdman. But it not be this way, Patriarch. Renounce this bloody course. Cease your attempts to summon your god. Work with us, together, to build a lasting peace. Another peace to be abandoned by the overdwellers' convenience. Oathbreakers, all of you. Lies, betrayers, oathbreakers. Yeah, no. Admiral Merle would totally be the Garrosh. You take and you take and you take, and when you've had your fill, you sue for peace. You promise this time is the last, until you grow hungry again. Can't argue that. And when we dare defend ourselves, you declare that this beast tribe cannot be suffered to live. That our god drains the land of ether and brings naught but suffering, death, destruction, suffering upon us all. I mean, yeah. We'll hear no more lies. You've ruined our lands. You'll not ruin ours. I said I'd come for you. And I did. I'm here. I'm here. Say something. Please? 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 Wake up. Wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up! Remember, and we've already covered this, whichever individual primal you summon is based entirely on you. Your impression, your mentality, your perception, your interpretation. Remember that? This is one of the first times we truly see how variant that perception is. Oh yeah, also your mental state at the time of summoning, also important. Yeah, no, okay. Not letting that happen. Yeah, I got this. You leave. I got this. Or, sure. By the 12. How could I be so foolish? I should have known better than to let Gabu accompany us, given what we were likely to find. His anguish and despair have burst a primal just as surely would the supplications of the faithful. Worse! Everything I just told you. Blah, 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 blah. I've already discussed all this. I will do what I always do. Gabu says nothing. Titan hard. Sure, whatever. Hang on, let me just... oh, there we go. Change a few settings here. It's actually down here, isn't it? I'm gonna be staring right at it. Naval, that's it. Naval hard. Boop. I said I'd come. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Mother? Father? I can't find you. Come on. Why? 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 Where are you? Where are you? Now, I kind of blazed through that fight, but in case you missed that, all the dialogue is more appropriate for who summoned it. And yes, that's definitely an it situation. I liked Gabu, by the way. I suppose I should say I like Gabu. He's not dead, he's just... The human mind has a curious feature where what it'll do is it will seek to do anything necessary to survive. It's actually quite fascinating to really study it. If you ever wonder why sometimes people just go into complete shock or lockdown or don't talk or don't react or don't interact, that's why. It's because they have gone through something that their brain effectively can't deal with, and so they don't. Notice he's still not talking. Me, I compartmentalize. It all goes off in a little vault until I can deal with it. The problem is when it comes out in a rush, and I know exactly what that feels like. It's extremely unpleasant. He's almost certainly in shock, but we cannot discount the possibility he succumbed to the Primal's influence, so we'll have to murder him. Such is the Alliance's policy, yes. But we must not rush to conclusions. After all, we once feared Yzael's followers were beyond reason, and many have laid down arms and accepted peace. We can wait and watch and pray. Sorry, it reminds me of a really, really horrible, morbid joke by a comedian. So I locked away all my feelings, and then one day I'll die. There's not to be gained from dwelling on the eventuality over which we have no control, much less one which may never come to pass. Let's inform them of Titan's demise. Oh, thank goodness you're here and everything worked out perfectly for everyone. Yay! I mean, he is actually really happy. He's like, oh, thank God, everything's cool and we're not dead. Woo! You know, I care more about Gabu than I do Ida.
Who goes there?
It's just me.
Oh, it's you. Forgive me for straying from the camp. He hasn't been feeling too welcome, to say the least. I thought a change of scenery might do him good. But, alas. It's so quiet out here. The stars spread out before us, beckoning across time and space. Dawn may banish even the darkest night. How bitterly beautiful, those words. I should be stronger for all my experiences, yet my heart aches more than ever. I never understood why Grandfather gave his life that day. I thought that if I came here, I would find the answers I needed. But when I finally laid eyes on the land he sacrificed everything to save, saw firsthand the bickering, the pettiness, I was disappointed. I was angry. I could not fathom how these people were more deserving of his love than his family, than me. But when Grandfather revealed the whole truth of the calamity to us, I finally understood. And I resolved there and then to continue his legacy in my own way. My travels have been enlightening, but I cannot say that I have enjoyed them. I have lost count of the many petty crises that I was helpless to resolve and of the people whose actions I could not understand. There were others, of course. Good people. People with whom I felt a kinship, whose lives I could not save. I found myself asking what it was all for. Why try if I was doomed to fail in the end? But then I recalled Grandfather's words to my father, years ago, before he left Charlayan behind forever. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. We must all protect that which we hold most dear in the manner of our own choosing. We have to try, do we not? Of course, it's one thing to try and another to do. There were times while I was tracking the warriors of darkness when I faltered, when I was afraid. But then I thought of my brother, of Urianger, of you. Oh, pray forgive me. This conversation has been rather one-sided, hasn't it? Mayhap you could recount some of your adventures in Ishgard.
I killed one of the oldest of the worms, and then I killed him again at full power. Also, a god based on everything built in Ishgard, and a couple other things. I lost a good man. I'll go with this one.
He is quite a man, the Lord Commander. I shall have to thank him for his kindness. Truth be told, I was rather taken aback by it all. Given Ishgard's famous love of foreigners, I was half expecting the Kyrugians to berate me for bleeding. But I never heard an unkind word. Everyone there seemed relatively open and friendly, in fact. Thanks in no small part to your tireless efforts, I suspect.
No, there's good people everywhere. That's the problem.
The hopes and dreams of so many rest on your shoulders, Warrior of Light. As long as the sun rises, we can but carry on, for the sake of those we hold dear.
By the way, I know exactly who I would entrust Gabu to. Tataru. She has the time, the skill, the consideration, and the monetary sense to actually be able to caretake him. But, regardless. Hey look, it's Mystery Man.
To what end dost thou cling to the tainted gifts of the Mother?
Every tool has its purpose. Even this. Well, what is it?
The seeds sown in Vilbrand have been plucked from the earth and left to wither. Alas, Titan's demise sufficed not to drive the kobolds to deepest desperation.
Honestly, Tataru needs secretaries, and I don't mean that jokingly. Tataru needs her own assistants. Maybe get Honoroi?
What did White have to say?
That we are to proceed as he did first set forth.
Well, that's easy for him to say. It's not his bloody world on the brink of destruction, is it?
Be thou well reminded that with an end to Ishgard's unrest, naught now remaineth to preoccupy the Scions' thoughts. And thus may they devote their every energy to thwarting thee and thine. I foresee only greater difficulties ahead.
Foresee? Are you sure you don't welcome them? I'm starting to think you might hold a candle for your old friends after all.
We still haven't learned his name.
Pray do not mistake mine intent. I but look upon the path which lieth before us with due trepidation. Shouldst thou be of like mind, pray consider then another course. For the power to invoke the ardor belongeth not unto the Ascians alone. With thine own hand strike down thine enemy, the so-called hero who would see thy home lost to light. Do but this, and thou wouldst at a single stroke disrupt the all-too delicate balance of this realm, plunging her straightways into chaos.
You do realize what you're suggesting, yes?
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. The words of my teacher, and a creed I hold close to my heart.
Very well. Draw him out. We'll make it quick.
You will try.
It shall be done. What good a creed one cannot uphold? What hurts soothed? What lives saved? Oh, hapless fool, what hast thou wrought by thine own hands?
Well, remember, Urianger is younger me, so of course he'd want to kill me.
Minfilia, my friends, I shall not now beg your forgiveness. Full deeply though it paineth me to walk it, I shall not stray from my chosen path. As Moonbreeder remains steadfast, so too shall I.
On the off chance you didn't put it together already. They don't withhold it. Like I said, this is all about us knowing and them not. It's very deliberate. There's also an interesting narrative beat here, which I do like, but I don't want to comment on until it really hits. So we'll come back to that. For now, lore speed. That's why they call me the runner. Crates did come from Ishgard. They've started an investigation. Alize's missing. Go find her. I mean, if you betray, you know, Admiral Thrawn and his personal Star Destroyer to a fleet of ragtags, I think we all know who's actually being betrayed there, right? Naturally, Gabu is not doing well. Brother, Commander Blood, and something tells me I'm not here out of concern for his welfare. But to answer your question, there's been no change. He will not speak or eat. I'm not sure if he slept. If he did, he seems none the better for it. He just shuffles about with the same expression on his face. You will look after him, won't you, Commander? Treat with him with every kindness. He's still in there, I know it. Beneath the anguish and the despair, he's still fighting. You have no evidence of that, Alize. I do not wish to be unkind. But, and credit where credit is due, you needn't worry. If he hadn't risked his neck to warn us and help you secure the crystals, this would have turned out a damn sight worse than it is. We will not soon forget that, and nor will Maelstrom Command. I'm sorry, Gabu. I truly am. You never should have been made to, and I know I cannot possibly understand. Yet there's nothing I can do or say. The pain and the anger and the helplessness. Hold fast to memories of better times. Remember them as they were. And when it hurts so much your heart feels fit to burst, let it burst. Let it burst and fill it up again. And never, ever forget. Come along, little one. Perhaps... Oh, sorry. I will remember them. And you, Alize, thank you. I am also a bit of an optimist, because I like to think that that particular captain is enough of a dude, I'm saying that wrong, is enough of a decent person, that he does actually take care of Gabu. A, you know, obviously Gabu means something to us. B, and substantially more importantly, he does literally owe the kid. And C, we've done several quests for that guy. He's pretty legit in general. He's one of the more reasonable sorts. We actually deal with him several times when doing the Kobold dailies, the Beast Tribe quests. Return to the Waking Sands. No! No! 442 gil. Ugh. There we go. Make it. That actually irritates me. You know what really sucks about tempering? It doesn't go away when you get rid of the primal. That'd be such an easy fix, wouldn't it be? Traitor! Pull out giant mace thing. So, we did it! Yes, there's a matter on my mind. I set out the oracles, but there's a horrible thing. Oh my gosh. Yep, 7 times they've succeeded, as the Lady Manfilia told you. 7 times there's been calamities and rejoinings and all sorts of horrible stuff. So, everyone will die. Return to the life stream and be remanifested into the new world. Their belief is that this will salvage their world. It's either that or, of course, they destroy their world. So that sucks. Oh, by the way, I found a totally not a trap, so you should go to the trap. The Alamegans are trying to summon Rhalgr as a primal. Oh, that really sucks. Okay, yeah, let's go to Little Alamego and figure out what's going on with the Rhalgrites. Alize is still suspicious. If you're wondering, by the way, Alize probably knows Urianger best amongst all of us. So, she's the one who would be most likely to pick up on the fact that he's acting odd. The Temple Knights, blah, 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 blah. I'm sorry, I gotta read this one out loud. A cursory interrogation of the prisoners yielded confirmation they were in the employ of, I hope you're sitting down, a man in black robes. But yes, the Ascians have been trying to smuggle crystals through Ishgard, because of course they are. Wait a minute, there's more. I defy you not to be surprised by this revelation. The leader of the Ishgardian smugglers was formerly in the employ of Ellen Roy, the infamous Ivy. Once again, I must fear... Thancred, with whom else have you shared this info? About the smugglers? No one. As I think I mentioned, the raid was less than an hour ago. I was gonna contact Y'shtola next, but there's someone else you'd have me notify first? No, there isn't. Well, the world's gotten into her. Twice now we've sought Urianger's aid, and twice she's treated him like he's a stranger. The Archon was one of Grandfather's most dedicated pupils. He's practically a member of the family. This is really strange, but whatever, let's go to Alamego. Excuse me, Little Alamego. Gotta keep adding that little addendum there. We're not going to Alamego till tomorrow. We're getting to Stormblood tomorrow. God damn it. But Lord, no! No more interruptions! I will kill this Mikote if I have to, in order to get to Stormblood. It is the only way. I will get to the bottom of this. Oh, sorry. You have something to say? Yeah, Urianger is being weird. If anything should happen, it should be Mu who is prepared to do what's done. Oh, God! I'm gonna be assassinated. No! Oh! Oh! There's only one thing to do. I'm free! Oh, crap! So to review, the Alamegans are doing stuff. Yep. Alize knows something is so smooth. Oh my god, Alex, I swear to God. Let me guess, come to join the fight. No need to deny. You're not the first to answer the Griffin's call. He's lit a fire in every Alamegan's heart. He's inspired more than a few Uldans to pledge themselves to the cause. Little wonder the Garleans won't stop until we're all under the oak. The Griffin, eh? I could be wrong, but I believe that's the first time we hear mention of the Griffin. And I've been reading these, even though I've been reading them at my pace. Resistance? Damned if I know. It's not like I'd be any use to them. I'm super sick. Oh, okay. Hello? Anyone here want to join the Griffin? Here's the last word. Oh my god, I hate it when you do this game. I hate it when you do this game. And you only do it when I'm in a hurry, which is all the time. So I guess that's not saying much. Where are you, mystery third NPC? Ah, there it is. Or that freaking barrel got in my way. See you going around asking questions, looking for the Griffin in his lock. Seems like the talk of Little Alamego. Everyone knows what he's got in store for the Garleans, under that mask of his, of course. Oh, so the Griffin is masked. Oh, that makes sense. Now I gotta get away from Zira before, you know, I am assassinated. Again. So, yeah. The Griffin seems to be the leader of a newly formed populist faction. The Masks. Get it? Yet despite the growing popularity, no one seems to know much about them, only that they're an aggressively militant group, and they're trying to get back the Alamegan liberation. Cool. Yep. Okay, let's go. That would just be the bee's knees, you know? It'd just be so awesome if I could join a resistance group against the Garleans. Alas. To hear people speak of him, the Griffin sounds like a man in his middle years, but if that's the case, what's he been playing at for 2 decades? If he's so devoted, why is he waiting until now to do something? Unless, of course, he hasn't. Not would please me more than to be wrong about this. Yeah. Hey, Lore. I'm kind of worried. I hear you've been asking questions. Yes. The Griffin? Oh, yeah. He and his mask have become a leading faction with the Resistance. There was suspicion at first, given his secretive ways, but he proved himself charismatic and a capable leader. He's super awesome, and there's nothing wrong with him whatsoever. You should go do what he says, because he's just the best. See you around, Tim. He's just so awesome. You should join the Griffin, too. I mean, you get to ride that thing. Where do you get that, Mal? So I'm just going to go and say this now. People are going to have to work to give the Griffin a positive to story. So for anybody curious, you got your work cut out for you. But I'm not saying no, I'm just saying you got to earn that one. Speaking of which, let's go talk to the Griffin. Or rather, get one of his infamous speeches, I think, is where we're at here in the story. Man, I don't know, Alex. Kill the Garleans! I actually do have an objective reason to give the Griffin a negative, but we'll get there later.
Brothers and sisters! 20 years ago, Alamigo, our home, was claimed by the Garlean Empire.
I'm gonna go and give this away. I figured it out as soon as I heard his voice.
In our haste to overthrow the King of Ruin, we turned a blind eye to our foes in the north. With our glorious revolution, we but laid a path for a new tyrant to succeed the old. And when confronted with our failure, we fled. Not a day goes by that I do not think of those we left behind. Think of them and feel ashamed. And I know each and every one of you feels the same. We abandoned them, our own flesh and blood, to labor till their backs gave in and their breath gave out, building the twisted steel ramparts which now mar our once majestic mountains. We abandoned them, the brave and true, to fight and die for their country, or worse, to be conscripted and sent off to rob another poor bastard of his home. We abandoned them, the meek and powerless, to bow and scrape when the Garleans pass, to sully themselves that they might live to see another day of misery. The Black Wolf may be dead, but a new Imperial Viceroy reigns in Alamigo now. A beast, not a fraction as merciful. You all know the Eorzean Alliance will do naught to oppose him. For all their promises and platitudes, they will not act if there's no profit in it. Only we can free our brothers and sisters from the Empire's tyranny, my friends. Only we have the courage to stand and fight. They have imprisoned us. They have enslaved us. And they have murdered us. But no more! Blood demands blood, and the Garleans shall pay for every drop they have spilt upon our lands. This, I promise you, For we have a power within us, my friends. A power befitting our pride, our righteousness. Only join us, and we shall grant you the means to unleash it, and together we shall see the Alamegan standard raised over the mountains of Gir Arbania once more!
A power befitting their pride. Not at all ominous, that. Wait, is that...
What are you two doing here?
I could ask you the same thing.
Well, well, this is quite the surprise.
If you see what I see, if you feel as I feel...
Might I suggest we continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings?
For it is not strength of arms that will win this battle, but strength of heart.
You know what the Griffin reminds me of? Saw Gerrera, but stupider. Like, imagine if Saw Gerrera was a moron. Didn't have the tactical brilliance, didn't have the long-term planning capacity, and just... And that's him. Words cannot express how happy I am to see you, Ida and Papa Limo. You're cool. Everyone's cool. What have you been doing? Well, we were paying a favor. After the banquet, we had to flee Ul'dah, but we had to do so with the Friends of the Resistance. So we've been helping out the little Alamegans because, you know, we kind of owe them. We found out about Lolorito, severing ties. We resolved to make contact, but then our link pearls were already gone, so our options were limited. So we sent you a letter, but it never got there. To be honest, we thought this would happen. Well, the masks are happy to let refugees spread word. They're pretty strict on communicating with outsiders. Oh, we also heard a rumor the Griffin doesn't want us meddling in his affairs. The Griffin mistrusts the Scions? Yeah. Weird. It's well known we're no friends to Garlemald. One would think the man would be beseeching all and sundry to join his cause. Yeah, well, he's a cult leader. Talented rabble-rouser. It would not surprise me if he was responsible for the majority of these public appearances. As you may have gathered, he's pretty cautious, and nobody can permit it to join him, and there's secrecy and impersonators, Masks. What? It's not like I'm making you wear one. Mine only covers half my face. It's completely different! Anyway, when we heard the Griffin was due to give a speech, we thought it might be a good opportunity to get a better sense behind the man. A better sense of the man. Probably good it did. Now you've heard the whole... What prompted you to take an interest in the Griffin? Well... Summoning? Oh my gosh. The Resistance would never entertain such a ridiculous plan, but the Griffin... he's a moron! What I can say is the speech we heard today was not the first to make reference to a power capable of defeating the Empire. The Masks have made many such claims of late. I confess, I thought it was just bluster, but they might be alluding to a primal. We will find out together. Assuming you'll have us. No. Leave my party now. Well, no, Ida, you can join the party. Papalimo, go home. Go retire. Be happy. Alright, so we will pretend to join the Resistance? Really? Okay. No one will recognize me. And I mean, okay, maybe Alphino, but seriously? This is... okay, whatever. 5 quests to the dungeon. I don't think we're gonna make it. Whoop. Right. Wait a minute. It's the assassin! J'accuse! Sorry. Shouldn't waste time, shouldn't waste time. Really want to hit Belsars tonight. I'll live with everything else, but damn it, we're hitting Belsars tonight. Yes. There you go. I have some money. Well, you're the ones with the gill, and your friends at Papalima, so there. Thanks. Those make the man. Alright, let's go. Alright. Nobody will know it's me! Now, hopefully I have these on me, because that was my intention. Yeah, let's switch back to Pikachu for a second. Oh, looks like I don't. Damn it! I do not have them on me. Wait, no, they're there! Yay! I'm totally... like, helpless, dude. You should totally let me join your cause. Yeah, there we go. There we go. I don't think I'm gonna make it. Hey, evil one. How are you? Evil and insane. And stupid.
My thanks, comrades. You must be the esteemed adventurers of whom I've heard so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
Nice cloak.
A great interest, you might say. Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I. The Resistance has long, and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem confident against the world in arms. I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you are planning to summon a primal. Because that would do much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals you recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
As I say, we're not even trying, are we?
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The real Griffin. Your performance earlier didn't fool us.
Ah, the famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals. You are wrong, however, if you think that we procured them to summon a primal. We used them to reach an accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to summon their god, they will aid us in the fight for Alamegan liberation.
That's incredibly stupid.
You've got to be joking. Have you gone completely mad? When people find out you helped the Lizardmen summon Ifrit, they'll turn on the Resistance. Alamigo will never be free.
Thank you, Ida.
This isn't a fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honorable heroes.
That's not a counter-argument and also doesn't address the point.
It's because the likes of you wouldn't sully your saintly hands that Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years. But the Griffin won't stand for it, and neither will we. We're ready to do whatever it takes.
Emotional rhetoric that actually continues to not actually address the point.
What proof do you have of this arrangement with the Amalja?
Thank you, Papalima.
What? Aside from a lack of crystals? None. But the beastmen have a great big pile of the things if you fancy looking. You might want to hurry, though. It'll not be long before they summon their god. Search our camp if you don't believe me. We have naught to hide.
If there is a cache to be found, Ida and I will find it.
Then let us be off. Are you perchance the Warrior of Light? Aye. I thought so. You should know that a great many who have joined us did so because you saved them. Because you showed them that one brave man can make a difference. You saved me too once. Helped a friend over in Quarry Mill make some medicine I needed. But that was a lifetime ago.
Because I've done all the quests.
On behalf of my brothers and sisters, I thank you. You gave us hope where there was none, courage and strength when all was lost. We shall not squander your gift.
Was it MSQ? I'll take your word on it. Honestly, Gridania blurs a lot.
I know that look, Ida, and I do not like it. You cannot seriously be contemplating taking up arms with that band of cutthroats.
I just...
If the Griffin and his men have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in Alamigo comes to a head. Your homeland's future teeters on a knife edge, and any reckless action, however small, could have irrevocable consequences.
Yeah, Ida, I know you're a moron. No, really. You are a moron, no offense. But... no. Bad.
You mustn't lose sight of that, Ida. When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the facts. Now, let us away. There is work to be done.
Umbral Magnus asks if he's a well-written idiot, the guy we just talked to, and unfortunately he is. Everything he was doing was pretty much exactly what you'd expect. He was not thinking... Let me put this into very, very basic terms. He was rolling charisma instead of int. Forgive me, you cannot expect him to recall every name and face, and besides, it's not like it matters. I've long admired how you live in the present. Yeah, his int is in the negative. And he did have... he had an argument that is actually designed to appeal to emotion that completely ignores reality and logic. And that's the problem, because that is what an idiot will do. Especially one who's trying, who has investment in a cause. I mean, can you even blame him? He's been angry for 2 decades. He doesn't care about thinking about it. He doesn't want to. He's sick of that. He just wants to be done with this. He wants to do something. Anything. So, Ida and Papalima have been here the whole time. Yep. So, let's go check out Ifrit. I'll do kill Ifrit if I have to. Oh no, is it Mannequin Man? Nope. Much worse. I get their plight too. Desperation does terrifying things to the mind. But the real problem is, what they are doing is effectively making the situation worse. Not just in general, not just in like a grand, aggregate, zooming out the camera kind of way. They're actively making the situation worse for them and for the people in Alamigo. Like, this is no. And yeah, Bajor in DS9 does this quite a bit. Several Bajorans do this quite a bit.
This isn't right. The Amalja would never leave this place so poorly guarded.
Not willingly, no.
So you can guess what fight this is. This is actually the fight I referenced earlier. I thought it was earlier. This fight was actually pretty rough when I did this. In fact, I failed it twice.
Ah, the saviors of Eorzea. Slow as ever.
Go ahead, make fun.
By the 12. Will you never learn?
You know, you're right. Mayhap it is time for a change of tack. Killing primals, tormenting beastmen, hastening the birth of a new god. It's all a bit much, isn't it? And frankly, we don't have the leisure to do it. But killing the Warrior of Light, on the other hand, that would soon plunge Eorzea into chaos. One life for one world. A fair exchange! Wouldn't you agree?
What I like about his voice actor here is you can hear how unhinged he sounds. Like, you can tell he doesn't actually want to do this, and indeed, why would he? Just like the Alamegans, he feels he is pushed into a corner.
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent.
Yeah, he's desperate. Exactly. Why don't we have that?
Carbuncle! Defend me!
Nice catch.
I sense you will offer more than mere target practice, unlike your sister.
Blah, blah, you're evil. Let's go.
Alizé!
Did I not tell you, Alphino? I am not the girl I once was. My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere.
But Red Mage isn't even out yet.
As Eorzea's blade of light once stood by my side, now I shall stand at his, and defend this realm with all my might.
I didn't know they pulled an STO with this. That's funny. Here's this new feature. Show off, show off.
Finish this.
This is going to be a little bit cathartic, I think. Healer's dead. Black Mage is dead. Ranger's dead. Yeah, no, I did this LL. I mean, we all did, right? And yeah, this was mean. This is a mean fight. I'll admit it. Tank's dead.
There's no escape!
Healer's dead again. But yeah, I'm saving a lot of discussion about these characters for extremely obvious reasons.
No more games! It ends now. What?
The chain!
You snake! You would betray us as well?
He that holdeth fast unto his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him villain. My path is unchanged, my creed sacrosanct. This I believe with all my heart. But say, warrior of darkness, and speak true, what dost thou believe? That rendering up the souls of thy world in service to the rejoining will grant it salvation? Nay.
By the 12! Oriange!
Oh yeah, Lord Shock.
Mine apologies, Master Alphino. That the brightest light might shine, duty did compel me to walk in darkest shade.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had turned against us. I expect a full explanation when this is over. For now, may I assume you have turned your cloak for the last time?
Meh, you know, I got a couple more in me.
Thou mayest, my lady.
Good usage of this song, by the way.
By thy leave.
Even odds, then. No matter. We'll crush the lot of you in one fell swoop! Understood.
Hearken to me. We only have one chance. Channel your ether into my blade that I might strike before the mage casts his spell.
Or I could just kill him.
I cannot do it alone, but together we can defeat them.
Guys, I killed Nidhogg. I got this. In fairness, the Warrior of Darkness is supposed to be, I'd say, a little bit below our level, but still very strong.
Make ready! They come!
I would probably put the Warrior of Darkness at Estinian's level. Fine, right, fine, whatever. Can I just kill them, please? Just let me kill them. God.
I must have more ether.
I really can, trust me. Oh, he's way more experienced than us. I will actually agree with that. Although I'm not sure he's faced the kinds of things we have faced. So, you know. It's a good question, Robostall.
The ether! Oh, it's not enough!
No. Kill you over, 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 over. I should probably kill you, I guess. Let's kill you next. Yeah, today we'll be cutting off early, unfortunately. I might actually tell them to start without me. I'm hitting Balezar's wall today, goddammit. It's too anti... This is why I didn't want to do those quests today. I honestly should have just done them tomorrow and said screw it. It's really thrown my schedule off.
Hurry it up, neighbor!
Oh, yeah, we got his name.
I'll crush you!
Honestly, the Heavensward side quests really threw my schedule off by about a day. Do you mind? Do you mind?
With this blade, I banish the darkness.
Do I want to have that spell again?
Not like this.
Alize, are you hurt?
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine. Thank you.
And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die.
We are far from finished. Or have you never considered how we came to this world?
Crystals? You mean, like the Ascians?
Yeah, we haven't figured out space travel yet.
As the Ascians flee unto the rift twixt planes with crystals of darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Eloquent, as always. Aye, like the Ascians, we too are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal. Wait!
Such methods as the Ascians employ require the renunciation of the flesh. You would have had to...
At long last, you see. To save our world, we gave our lives. We were just adventurers trying to make our way. An odd job here, a favor there. We never aspired to be warriors of light. But word of our deeds spread, and soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders, and bid us fight for all that was good and right. We fought, and we fought, and we fought, until there was no one left to fight. We won! And now our world is being erased from existence. We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this. You of all people should understand. We cannot, we will not falter. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and now we must save it.
I've died before, Arbet. I'm not afraid to die again.
No matter how many times we fall, we must rise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
To have known the depths of sorrow and embraced the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Louis-Soix, guide my hand, I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon this most capricious spindle. Quickly! Thou must needs invoke the power of thy crystal.
Very well, younger me. And yeah, just to point it out audibly in case you missed it, there are 5 of them. We have 6 crystals. Remember that for 2 expansions from now.
What is this place?
Such pain. Such sorrow. Oh, my dear children.
It can't be.
Mother Heidelin, hearken unto your children's plea. From 2 worlds do we gather, and from 2 worlds do we offer a bounty of light. In this desperate hour we do beseech your intercession. We beg an audience with the word of the Mother, with your chosen Minfilia.
Your cries go not unheard, nor your sacrifices unnoticed. Though many are lost, there are those we can yet save, whom I can yet save.
Minfilia.
Blessed children of the First, the light of your world hath grown blinding in its radiance, but it is not yet absolute. I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which riseth even now to drown it, as darkness once did drown another.
Now you deign to answer our prayers? I will suffer this farce no longer!
As the Ascians must serve as instruments of Zodiark's will, so too must others carry out the will of Hydaelyn.
Notice he's straining even now to strike her.
But for the boon you have granted her, she has grown strong enough to set me free, that I might serve as her emissary. Your suffering, your sacrifice, your supplications, she has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light. Thank you, Urianger, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Hydaelyn had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength long sought. And in treating with the Ascians, I learnt of a star like unto our own, a doomed world of fallen heroes in whom I glimpsed ourselves, the first. Full long did I search for a means to save this world, concluding at the last that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And thus did I labor to set light against dark. Yet I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not come without sacrifice. For the instrument of the first's deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither, there to remain, mayhap forever.
You orchestrated all of this, not to save her, but to send her away!
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the coin, though it were not mine to spend.
Have we not walked together in the light of the crystal, and at her bidding borne witness to the joys and sorrows of this land? Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay, I pay it gladly.
You would go alone, then?
My dearest Thancred, you who have ever watched over me, I am truly grateful for all you have done on my behalf, as would my father be. Your kindness, your compassion, your love. These are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond which transcends time and space.
Sometimes I forget you are not the child I once knew. Make me proud.
Long have I watched you from Hydaelyn's side, watched as you nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn. The dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers. Thus do I entrust to you, Tupsimati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have need of it.
Twould seem the power of our crystals is all but spent. Perhaps, if there is naught else to be done.
Hear me, servant of Hydaelyn. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor. Take us with you. Take us home. We were blind to the truth once, so I tell you this, as one fool to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them. We made our choice and you see what came of it, so please, forge a different path. Seize a better fate.
It is a strange feeling. So many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor.
Well, at least we've set up an amazing expansion. I can't wait to get to Shadowbringers. Wait, that's not the next expansion? Why isn't that in the next expansion?
Thank you, Lemmy, for everything.
I don't mean to sound negative, but if I can pull in WoW for one more parallel. For those of you who are aware, this is Pandaria to Warlords to Legion. For those of you not aware, I mean, you could probably get the base works. Pandaria led up to Legion. Pandaria was all about the build-up to Legion. And then we had Warlords. And you see why I make that comparison. It's like, okay. That's my job, Ross, but thank you. Oh god, there was Zero. There was so much. And we learned so much. Hell, Raytheon's entire quest chains were all about setup for Legion. Anyways. Yeah, exactly, Rex. It's like, why... Does someone know the answer to this question? Why did we detour to Stormblood? It's just a weird decision. Is there a real-life decision? Did they want to tell a different story first? Were there financial issues? Were they fighting the... Like, there's all sorts of reasons I could think of that might have excused this. But I don't know what the one it actually is. Good night, Mr. Red. When I saw you meeting with the Warrior of Darkness and Ascian of the Great in the White at the Great Library. Dun dun dun! Alize knew. Dun dun dun! Dun dun dun! Dun dun dun! Revelations to the extreme! Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, obviously Alamigo had been set up all the way back in ARR, but at the same time it actually hadn't, to be completely blunt. From an overall narrative constructive point, what we had was random backstory world-building tidbits, which are neat and cool and awesome, but that's not setting up for a story, that's setting up for stories. There's lots of that in this game, and lots of which they haven't followed through on. The setup for a story has very definitively been for Shadowbringers for the last several quests. It's weird, because I don't think I ever really processed this until going through for this particular run, just how much it's like, yeah, no, we're setting up for Shadow. Set up for Shadow, set up for Shadow, set up for Shadow, set up for Shadow! Okay, let's go do Balesir's Wall. Wait, what? And again, I feel like something happened, because you notice this is the end of patch 3.4 right here. And then 3.5 is going to be all about setting up for Stormblood. And it's like, wait, what? Oh yeah, Minfilia's dead. Ah! Yeah, we'll tell you about our adventures. We've been up in Ishgard doing some... We've been up to some stuff, let me tell you what. Why is this a big moment? So this guy recognizes her because he knew her father, fought alongside her father in the Resistance. He's like, cool. She's like, hey, thanks for recognizing me. And she's stuttering for some reason about this. And she's off. It's been a long day. I promise we'll visit again. Okay. Like, obviously, one story doesn't need to lead into another. It's just, it really does feel off to me how one story leads into a completely another story. Oh, that's why that makes sense. Okay, right, yes, okay. He recognized Ida. Yeah, okay, got it. Right. That's why she was freaking out, because he recognized Ida. Stomp on Zero here. Sorry, Zero. Please don't assassinate me. We'll judge Stormblood when we get there. Let's all keep an open mind. Let's all walk into it as nice and neutrally as we always do. I absolutely don't think that's Minfilia. I've never thought that's Minfilia. Not even for a second. At best, that's bits and pieces of her memories that are in Hydaelyn.
Back in the Solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since after Minbreda.
Much has changed since then. We ourselves, most of all.
Yeah, exactly, Rex. In my view, Minfilia died at the banquet. Absolutely.
May take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
I just need to defend myself real quick. I'm not saying that because I dislike Minfilia, which I do. It's just that's my read on the situation. You should also probably know that I'm not so much anti-Hydaelyn as not as pro-Hydaelyn as others tend to be. I've never been particularly pro-Hydaelyn. I think of her as a neutral individual, a neutral entity. Not a good one.
While I am grateful to our friends in the north for their hospitality, it isn't half good to be back.
But, as Papalima rightly said, much has changed since we last stood here. The scions of the Seventh Dawn are not as they once were, nor should we be.
Yeah, she's an unfeeling robot, and I mean that. Not as an insult, but as a statement of fact.
Our travels in the north brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people, and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts. And I hope that the scions might continue in this manner, as individuals driven by individual principles. Provided we all sincerely desire to work towards Eorzea's salvation, I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Companions bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit. Very well. I shall resume my research of the primals and the elder gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask. I should be glad of your continued assistance.
Well,
My main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my dear friend found. Nevertheless, having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. For Minfilia's sake. That is, if there are no objections.
As long as it doesn't lead to Eureka.
You will always be welcome here, Kryl.
Urianger, can we trust you to carry on your investigation of the Ascians as before?
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
Now, I'll hear no more of that. It would be disrespectful of Minfilia's wishes. She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at her heart. Mayhap I can handle the former, but I think you far better suited to the latter. No?
Very well. Then out of love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Papalimo and I should probably return to Thanalan to keep an eye on the Resistance. There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja, not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
And what will you do, Alize?
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities. That being said, this new approach you propose is not wholly objectionable, and we've always got him to keep us from bickering. But I will suffer no titles. I am not here for House Leveilleur, nor to walk in Grandfather's shadow.
Upon that point, we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think of me as but another comrade in arms.
Well then, Alfie, I for my part shall see to the paperwork and the finances with my characteristic aplomb.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru. And we mustn't forget you. What now for the Warrior of Light?
Stormblood. For good and for ill. I really do legitimately think, you can quote me on this, I think Stormblood is going to be the highest gameplay score so far. But yeah, I know what I'm going to quote there.
Indeed.
The path behind us was fraught with hardship, and the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm, and I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
Exactly, Tara. Yeah, let's just say, you saw the option I picked. En Chiffon. I mean, we haven't forgotten him how many years later? When did Heaven's Word come out? Bardam's Medal is one of my favorite dungeons in the game, so we'll see where that goes. Okay, 3 quests to go to Belser's Wall. Oh yeah, like a week ago, Zero. Why do people keep asking that? Multiple times I've been asked that today. the format hasn't changed. We do early MSQ, then we do raid stuff, and then we do side quests, or excuse me, class quests, then side quests, then optional dungeons, then MSQ remainder, and that's pretty much been the format.
Loss, another world's gain. Where men go as one, there is life. And where there is life, my friends, if I may, I would ask that you entrust Tupsimati to me. Clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louisoix's disciple, I would keep it close at hand. Thank you. I shall guard it well. There is cause to hope. For every ending, every parting, marks a new beginning.
I need a replacement for Kata. That's funny, because part of the reason I was in a hurry was to make sure that the people who are here can do it. Meanwhile, the Griffin is evil. I'm very irritable, Finihori. I apologize. So. I don't like it when my schedule gets shoved off, and so I'm a little bit frustrated about it, that's all. It means my whole night is going to be rather unpleasant. And I'm going to get less sleep, and I'm not even going to have a chance to eat dinner, and blah, 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 blah. So. So anywho, Elidibus just gave the 2 eyes of Nidhogg to the Griffin. So that sucks. Thanks, Elidibus. Appreciate it. I mean, I would have been fine, Alex, if not for the side quest I didn't know existed. I was completely on schedule until that. And also, Heavensward threw me off a day, but that's whatever. You're probably wondering, why are they showing this area? That's a good question. So it was here all along. Hi, Nero. Oh yeah, me too, Finihori. The moment that they threw the eyes into the bridge, I'm like, oh, that's a terrible idea. Alright, so who can be there tomorrow, early tomorrow, for Baelsar's Wall? Because it is literally 3 quests away at this point. I know, it's kind of a big one. I know a lot of people want to be there for it. We were going to have Rax, Ryan, Kata, but... If all three of you can make it, then all three of you can make it. We already did the dice roll game for that, so that works. If you can't make it, it's not the end of the world. But it sounds like we'll have a few people who will be here in the morning. So if you can make it, awesome. If you can't, cool. I do actually have a few other things I could talk about. And we got to start doing roundup. By the way, real quick thing. This is such a minor irritant, but it took me a minute to figure out what was going on. Look at the document for a second, the review document, and look at the story positives. It turns out, and this has never happened to me before, if you go above the triple digits, it starts indenting. And there's no way to fix this that I'm aware of. There's no way to undo that. It's just by virtue of the fact that you're now in the triple digits. And I've never encountered that before. Oh yeah, I should update the HUD. So we're up to here. And here, and that's going to go up. I'm pretty much guaranteed to give at least one more story negative in the upcoming content. I cannot imagine I won't. I don't know if it's going to be multiple negatives, but the one negative is pretty much guaranteed. Heavensward is scoring better than I thought it would, which is funny because I'm pretty sure Shadow is going to absolutely blow it out of the water. And you're probably thinking, but you've already reviewed Shadow. Yeah, we'll get to that. Alright, we'll go ahead and cut it here, much as I really hate to just kind of do that, but a good manager should know how to cut his losses. So we are now 2 days behind, but that's okay. Whatever. Tomorrow, at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will continue with 3.4, I think. No, 3.5, excuse me. And we'll head into Balzer's Wall. And we'll finish Heavensward, and we'll figure out our silver number and do a quick audit thing, and everything will be cool. And then we will absolutely, with total certainty, hit Stormblood tomorrow. I am very curious how Stormblood's going to review. Also, for the 5 of you who actually care, we will be playing D&D in about 30 minutes. Over on Guido's channel, I will, of course, be hosting it here on my channel, so you're more than welcome to join us. Right now, we're about to go to a library that exists outside of time. Not that we know that in character yet. So that should be fun. Either way, I hope to see you either in a few or tomorrow.